Chapter 510. F***CK, what's the situation? Jiang Hai stepped on the brakes. The quality of Jiang Hai's shield was good. Although he stepped on the brakes, the braking was still quite good. He only slid forward a few meters before coming to a stop. But this shook him a lot. He opened the door with some doubts, and Jiang Hai stretched his head out. In broad daylight, on the road, is there someone who wants to deal with me? Is this person too stupid? Here, the police can come here in less than a minute. What the hell is this? Just as Jiang Hai was puzzled, 3 people came down from the opposite car. When he saw these 3 people, Jiang Hai couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then, a trace of embarrassment flashed across his face. Because these 3 people, to be exact, he knew them. Og, hi, Pra, how did I meet you here? Yes, the person who came out of the car at this time was not someone else. It was Pra Walton and the other 2 women, Cheryl Lee and Barbara Martina, who had sex with Jiang Hai that day. When these 3 women came out, Jiang Hai subconsciously knew that the situation might not be good. Not bad, you still remember me. Come out. Walking to the front of Jiang Hai's car door, Pra Walton looked at Jiang Hai with a smile. Then, without giving Jiang Hai a chance to resist, she directly opened his driver's door from the inside, and then pulled Jiang Hai out. Of course, Jiang Hai was afraid of hurting her. Otherwise, with her little strength, how could she pull Jiang Hai? Hey, what are you doing? Looking at her rough actions, Jiang Hai couldn't help but be a little stunned. What's the situation? You still have the nerve to ask me what I'm doing. You will know in a while. You 2 go and drive. Let's go back. Glancing at the panicked Jiang Hai, Pra Walton directly opened the back door of Jiang Hai's car, threw Jiang Hai in, and said to the 2 women behind her. The 2 women naturally knew what Pra Walton meant, so one got in their own car, and the other got in Jiang Hai's car. The car started again and went to Pra Walton's home in Atlantic City. Hey, I still have something to do. Hurry up. Feeling the car driving away, Jiang Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. He wanted to explain something, but before he finished speaking, Pra Walton's mouth had already kissed Jiang Hai's mouth. The tongue flexibly invaded Jiang Hai's mouth. Although Pra Walton had little experience in this area, she was much more familiar with kissing and touching than Jiang Hai. After all, there were so many girls for her to train. For a while, Jiang Hai didn't dare to move. He was afraid of hurting Pra Walton, but he was so passive that he didn't know what to do. Well, it tastes good. Cheryl, it really has a completely different feeling from you. The smell of sweat on the man's body is quite good after smelling it for a long time. Pra Walton raised her head again. There was still a trace of transparent liquid on her and Jiang Hai's lips, but she didn't care. After saying something to Cheryl who was driving, she kissed Jiang Hai under his surprised gaze. The 2 communicated with each other for about 10 minutes before Pra Walton panted and left. Hey, I said, is that enough? Jiang Hai said speechlessly after wiping his mouth full of saliva. Enough? How is that possible? Do you think it's possible without a real fight? Narrowing her eyes, Pra Walton slowly climbed onto Jiang Hai's body. She looked at Jiang Hai with narrowed eyes and smiled. Then she grabbed Jiang Hai's weapon. With this grab, Jiang Hai couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This woman wouldn't want to waste him, right? Just as Jiang Hai was about to resist even if it meant hurting her, Pra Walton suddenly released his weapon and then bent down clumsily. Feeling her movements, Jiang Hai couldn't help but feel a little confused and a little panicked. He looked at the cars that kept passing by outside the window. To be honest, it wasn't that he hadn't done it in the car before. For example, he had done it with Ai Xiaoxi and Feng Yunqin when they were together, but they chose some more remote and quiet places. It was his first time driving while on the road. The feeling of excitement and shyness came together, and it seemed to make Jiang Hai's desire to fight stronger. At this time, Pra Walton, who felt that Jiang Hai was different, also raised her head and squatted there with a smile. She took off her black dress from the bottom to the top. In an instant, her naked body appeared in front of Jiang Hai. It seems that she has been prepared for a long time. Then she gently pushed Jiang Hai, motioning for Jiang Hai to lie down, and then she sat on Jiang Hai's body. With a soft moan, the old driver went on the road again. This drifting made Jiang Hai somewhat unprepared. "Hey, are you crazy?" Jiang Hai said to Pra Walton in a low voice as he propped up his upper body. "Shut up, just cooperate with me. You don't know how sad you made me these days. I thought it was enough for me to have a woman, but it was you who let me know it. Now, I like it the most, Pra Walton said to Jiang Hai with a look of displeasure as she glanced at Jiang Hai. "Even if you want to do that, you have to go back first. What's going on now?" Hearing her words, Jiang Hai was really embarrassed, but there were indeed some things that he did. Now that he mentioned it, it was really a bit troublesome. "What's going on? You didn't even tell me that you came to Atlantic City. What's going on?" Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Pra Walton bent down while moving and looked at Jiang Hai with a playful expression. "I said, I'm here to discuss business." With a slightly awkward smile, Jiang Hai said somewhat speechlessly. "Then this is my business." Seeing Jiang Hai's appearance, Pra Walton glanced at him and said with a smile. "Don't blame me for this." Looking at her engrossed appearance, Jiang Hai gritted his teeth. If he doesn't hurry up, who knows what will happen in a while. Thinking of this, Jiang Hai also took the initiative to join the battlefield and blew the horn to charge. "Hey, don't move." Feeling Jiang Hai launching a new round of charge, Pra Walton was also taken aback. What a joke, she knows Jiang Hai's combat power. If he gets serious, she is no match for him. But Jiang Hai was not going to listen to her. Not only did he launch an attack, but his hands and mouth were also not idle. The instantaneous attack made Pra Walton a little overwhelmed, and her body was powerless as Jiang Hai's attack came. On the other side, Cheryl, who was driving, kept looking at the scene in the rearview mirror. This made her subconsciously lick her lips and clamp her legs even tighter. But now that she was driving, she didn't want to have any accidents. But hearing the sound in her ear, she couldn't help but look at the rearview mirror, which could only make her drive very slowly. The drive that was originally more than half an hour took more than an hour to arrive. When the car drove into Pra Walton's manor, she was already lying weakly on the steering wheel, and Pra Walton was also lying weakly on Jiang Hai's body for the third time. As for Jiang Hai, he had also completed his second attack. Even if his physical fitness was 4 times that of ordinary people, he couldn't help but feel a little tired. Phew, get out of the car. After about 5 minutes, Pra Walton sat up and forcibly pulled out the weapon that was still very strong. Ignoring the liquid that was flowing down from a certain part of his body, he opened the car door and walked out without wearing any clothes. Hey! Looking at her directly getting out of the car, Jiang Hai subconsciously glanced outside. Sure enough, there were people outside. Several women in maid outfits were standing respectfully in front of the car door at this time. They ignored Pra Walton's appearance, but they were looking at Jiang Hai curiously. This made Jiang Hai a little scared, and he subconsciously wanted to take his clothes and put them on, but at this time, Cheryl Lee in the driver's seat had already recovered. After walking to the car door, she grabbed all the clothes in her hand and handed them to the servant next to her. After the servant took the clothes, she directly left. Hey, my clothes! Seeing this scene, Jiang Hai really panicked and immediately shouted at that person. Okay, what's there to shout about? They are all women, what are you shy about? Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Cheryl glanced at Jiang Hai. It's all this guy's fault. I can't keep my underwear today. It's precisely because they are all women that I have to be shy, okay? I'm not a woman. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai was quite speechless. What kind of logic is this? Is there a mistake? Didn't I look at the almanac before going out? Why do I always run into female hooligans? Tisk, with your relationship with Miss Pra, as long as you are willing, they are all yours. What are you shy about? Hurry up and get out. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Cheryl looked at Jiang Hai contemptuously, then pulled Jiang Hai out of the car. This Cheryl and Pa Walton were the same. They both had done it with Jiang Hai. Although Jiang Hai was a bit of a bastard, he didn't dare to hurt them. But he really didn't dare to use too much strength to hurt them. But when would it end if he kept pushing and giving in like this? Sighing helplessly, Jiang Hai grabbed the cushion on the seat next to him. No matter what, he couldn't just get out of the car like that. How embarrassing would that be? Covering his vital parts and bending his body, Jiang Hai walked to the car. Just as he got out of the car, Cheryl closed the door. This also cut off Jiang Hai's escape route, unless Jiang Hai wanted to run out naked. Looking at this situation, Jiang Hai couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. He followed Cheryl into the villa while looking back 3 times with every step. Just as he entered the villa's hall, Jiang Hai was speechless when he saw the situation inside, because at this moment, Pa Walton was lying on a huge sofa in the hall. She was still naked. There were 4 women beside her. 3 of them were beside her. One let her head rest on her long legs and gently massage her head. Another let her legs rest on her legs and gently massage her legs. The last one was squatting in front of her, peeling off the grapes in the fruit plate in front of her. After removing the seeds, she put them in her mouth and fed them to her. Chapter 5:11. The only one who was relatively normal was standing respectfully in front of the sofa. But the most abnormal thing was that everyone, including Pa Walton, was naked. When Jiang Hai walked in, everyone looked at him with some curiosity, some envy, and some excitement in their eyes. Of course, Jiang Hai also knew the excited person. It was Barbara Martina, who was feeding Pa Walton grapes at this time. Hey, Jiang, you're finally here. Miss, have you had enough? Is it my turn now? Seeing Jiang Hai coming over and feeding Pa Walton a grape, Barbara Martina stood up excitedly and wanted to go to Jiang Hai. Hey, I've been holding back all the way. I'll go first. Looking at the excited Barbara, before Jiang Hai had time to speak, he was hugged from behind. He looked back and saw that the person hugging him was none other than Cheryl Lee, who brought him in. He didn't know when she was also naked, hugging Jiang Hai from behind. Oh my God, what the hell is this? Feeling the oppression behind him, Jiang Hai was a little numb. Is my hidden attribute really that of a duckling? Why don't these female hooligans consider my feelings? Hey, at least you have something to look and listen to, unlike me who has to wait here. Hearing what Cheryl said, Barbara couldn't help but yell at her angrily. They would retreat in front of Pa Walton, but she wouldn't in front of others. Then I'll let you look and listen again. Hearing her words, Cheryl wasn't someone to be trifled with. She retorted forcefully. All right, aren't you afraid of making a fool of yourself in front of Jiang Hai? You've all tasted meat, so bear with it. Let the sisters who haven't tasted it go first. It's their first time and they need your support. But at that moment, Pa Walton waved her hand and set the tone. And hearing her words, the 3 women around her couldn't help but blush and lower their heads. Now, in their hearts, 70% were fear, 20% were doubts, and 10% had some inexplicable feelings. Hey, I'm not a breeder. I'm not here to breed, okay? Have you ever considered my feelings when you say that? Hearing that they had arranged his work, Jiang Hai was a little unhappy and said directly to Prawalton. And at that moment, Barbara suddenly took the opportunity when Jiang Hai was talking to take his cushion away. Yo, your mouth is tough, but your body is honest. I know your physical fitness. Don't say those useless things. I'll leave it to you. Looking at the cushion being taken away, Prawalton couldn't help but chuckle. Then, she winked at the three women around her. Although they were unwilling, they still walked over. They couldn't refuse Prawalton's request. If you don't want to, you can resist. Looking at the three women who walked over, Jiang Hai said to them. But they shook their heads. As for Cheryl and Barbara, they had already squatted down. To them, a feast was on. In the situation where Jiang Hai was powerless to resist, the battle unfolded in the living room. 2 hours later, the battle venue changed to the bathroom. An hour later, it changed to the kitchen. An hour later, it changed to the dining room. After another hour and a half, they returned to Prawalton's room. He didn't know if it was her original style, or if it was because she came back after seeing Jiang Hai's big bed. Prawalton's bed was also very big. It was 6 meters wide and 3 meters wide. It wouldn't feel small even if 6 or 7 people slept on it. At this time, Jiang Hai and Prawalton were lying side by side on her big bed. Jiang Hai's face was somewhat pale. Throughout the day, even when it was time to eat, he had been working hard to farm, even though his body was naturally gifted. He also felt that his waist was a little numb. This feeling was similar to when more than a dozen dolphins came into the manor. Jiang Hai released the aura of more than a dozen scales in one breath. The consumption was really huge. Are you trying to squeeze me dry? Jiang Hai said weakly as he looked at the 3 girls who were still working hard under him. These 3 girls were the ones that Jiang Hai had done something to earlier today. One was called Colin Barlovich, one was called Fail, and one was called Isabel Roland. The last one, Isabel Roland, was Prawalton's housekeeper. At the beginning, these 3 girls were very shy and afraid of Jiang Hai. They were also unwilling to move too much. As a result, after the first round, Jiang Hai discovered that it was all an illusion. Because he was kind enough to treat these girls, there was some pain in the beginning, but there was no follow-up damage. But who would have thought that this opened the door to a new world in their hearts? They could be considered to have tasted the taste of the marrow, and they had been taking turns to attack. You don't live with us every day. What do you have to be squeezed dry? Really? Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Prawalton rolled her eyes at him, and then touched Barbara who was under her, and Cheryl who was on her chest. They usually played like this. Looking at the scene in front of him, Jiang Hai was really speechless. Suddenly, Prawalton turned her head and looked at Jiang Hai curiously. By the way, I heard that the more you use a man's thing, the better it is. Seeing that you are so good, you must have played with a lot of women. How should I put it? Outside hunting, it's not that many times, only 2 or 3, and it's very rare. Specifically, there are some fixed ones, about 3. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai didn't hide anything from her. After all, she knows that Prawalton likes women, so it is impossible between him and her, so Jiang Hai treats her more as a brother, although the situation between her and him doesn't seem to be so pure. Only a few. *T. I have seen the 10 beauties in your manor, and they all like you. Will you do anything to them? Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Prawalton asked curiously. I'm still going to get married in the future. Besides, I'm a very possessive person. If they really follow me, I definitely won't let them go. At that time, who would want to be with such a playboy? And I can't marry them, so... Hearing Prawalton's words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but be a little embarrassed. Don't you have a wife? We have met once. Hearing that Jiang Hai is going to get married, Prawalton was a little surprised. Well, that woman is indeed my wife, but nothing happened between us. Looking at her curious eyes, Jiang Hai thought about it and told her the truth about his love life. Speaking of it, Jiang Hai is really a shame for the rich. He not only doesn't have a proper wife, but he doesn't seem to have many lovers. In addition to Feng Yunqin and Ai Xiaoxi, there is only Selena Gomez. And the most important thing is that they are not by his side now. If he needs anything, he has to rely on little left and little right to solve it. It may be because of this that today, Jiang Hai will not refuse anyone. Wow, I didn't expect your life to be so complicated, but your life is a failure. Do you know how many women I have? Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Prawalton said to Jiang Hai with a smile. I don't know. Discussing with a woman who has just fought with him how many women he has slept with, Jiang Hai is really... What the hell, this strong sense of contradiction is really not comparable to ordinary people. I should have had 517. Looking up at the ceiling, Prawalton thought for a moment and said. Me? Hearing her words, Jiang Hai was stunned. More than 500. Is it that exaggerated? The 5 of them are my wives, and will always stay by my side. However, women will get tired of looking at them all the time. So, I will still look for new women all over the world. They will also help me find things. Looking at Jiang Hai's surprised look, Prawalton said with a smile. Looking at her smug look, Jiang Hai really wanted to slap her to death. I have played with beauties all over the world, the United States, Brazil, Argentina, Chile, Japan, Korea, Xia, Soviet Russia, England, France, Germany. I have even played with North Korea and Africa. The women in each place are different. Looking at Jiang Hai, Prawalton also excitedly talked about her love history. As for Jiang Hai, listening to her words, he had no other way but to smile awkwardly. He is really a rookie. Do you know where the women are the most delicious? As if she didn't see Jiang Hai's embarrassment, Prawalton said excitedly. I don't know. Shaking his head, Jiang Hai really didn't know this. South Korea is the most fun. Seeing that Jiang Hai really didn't know, Prawalton didn't keep him in suspense and said with a serious face. South Korea. Hearing her words, the first thing that came to Jiang Hai's mind was the South Korean girl group. Her looks were indeed good and her figure was great. But when he thought about the most famous thing in South Korea, Jiang Hai couldn't help but laugh. They are very beautiful and have good figures, but don't you find that they look a bit alike? Looking at Prawalton, Jiang Hai looked at her and said with a smile, but as soon as his voice fell, Cheryl raised her head and glanced at him, which made Jiang Hai a little overwhelmed again. He forgot that there was still Cheryl. But Cheryl should be real. At least, Jiang Hai didn't feel any artificial traces on her. She is a natural beauty. I just want you to fight with them, not marry them. What are you worried about? Glancing at Jiang Hai, Prawalton directly refuted Jiang Hai's words, and Jiang Hai thought about it. It seems that she is right. Chapter 5:12. At night, the summer wind blew gently, taking away the heat in the room, and at the same time, it also took away that trace of strange smell. When it was midnight, Jiang Hai, who was sleeping in the middle, suddenly opened his eyes and glanced at the girls who were sleeping soundly beside him. Jiang Hai slowly got up. Because there were no clothes here, Jiang Hai could only walk out of the room with a bath towel wrapped around his waist. As soon as he walked out of the door, Jiang Hai couldn't help stroking his waist. What the hell, I won't be envious of those male protagonists anymore. It's really too tiring. It seems like our country's monogamy policy is not to protect the rights of women, but to allow men to live longer. After moving his body, Jiang-hai sighed. Since Prawalton got in his car, he had hardly stopped. In the car, he fought Prawalton twice. Here, he fought Colin Bavrovic, Fail Ferrio, and Isabelle Loren. Then, he fought Cheryl and Barbara. Then, he fought Prawalton. Then, he fought Colin Bavrovic, Isabelle Loren, and Fail Ferrio. It could be said that today, Jiang-hai didn't do anything else but fight. He fought a total of 13 times. Of course, the number of times these women fought was no less than that of Jiang-hai. After all, their fighting strength was not as good as Jiang-hai's. Jiang-hai had no problem fighting 2 of them at the same time. But fighting 6 of them at the same time, he was somewhat powerless. After all, he wasn't a professional. After patting his waist, Jiang-hai went downstairs to the bathroom. After going to the bathroom, he went to the kitchen. He had fought so many times today, including in the kitchen, so he didn't eat seriously. No one's body could stand it if he only ate and didn't eat, so now he had to find something to eat. However, after opening the refrigerator in the kitchen, Jiang-hai was depressed. There was nothing but wine and drinks. That's not right. If there's no food here, what did I eat for dinner? Looking at the full plate in front of him, but there was nothing to fill his stomach, Jiang-hai couldn't help but mutter in a low voice. We don't store leftovers here. What we eat every day is freshly made, whether it's bread or other things. Vegetables and meat are only bought on the same day, so there's nothing in the fridge. Just as Jiang-hai was struggling to listen, a voice suddenly sounded beside him. Jiang-hai looked back and found that Isabelle Roland had unknowingly run to his side. Compared to Jiang-hai, who shyly put on a bath towel, she was much more direct and naked. What the hell? You scared me. If you don't put anything in the fridge, where do you put it? Looking at the French beauty beside him, Jiang-hai was really shocked, but then he thought about it. What's there to be afraid of looking for food? So he asked her. Come with me. Hearing Jiang-hai's words, Isabella took out 4 bottles of beer from inside and walked outside with Jiang-hai. Jiang-hai looked at her movements and couldn't help but be a little puzzled. What is she doing? Before Jiang-hai could react, she had already opened the door of the villa. Then 2 women in maid outfits appeared at the door. When they saw Isabelle come out, they couldn't help but nod to her, indicating that they were greeting her. Prepare some supper for me. By the way, what do you want to eat? After saying something to the girl outside, Isabella looked at Jiang-hai. It seemed that she was no stranger to ordering food with her body naked. She should have done it a lot in the past. Anything is fine. Hearing her words, Jiang-hai was still a little shy, but he whispered in the dark. I remember that the people in the northeast of Huaxia like to eat kebabs. Let's do it like this. After thinking for a while, Isabella ordered the maid in front of her, then closed the door, and then took Jiang-hai to the balcony on the 2nd floor of the villa. She walked straight out of the villa and came to the balcony. At this time, there were a few chairs on the balcony. The chairs were made of real leather, and they were quite big boss chairs. Although Isabella was not short, about 1.75 meters, she was very thin, and when she sat on it, she sank into it. There were some blankets and the like on the chair, so she walked straight to the chair, curled her whole body into it, and then pulled the blanket over her back. She didn't have any movements to hide the moon and a certain brown forest in front of Jiang-hai, but it made Jiang-hai a little overwhelmed. Following her in, Jiang-hai also sat on an old chair, pulled the blanket over his body, and didn't know what to say. Although we have already done that kind of thing, we don't seem to be very familiar with each other. Let me introduce myself. My name is Isabelle Roland. I am the housekeeper of this manor and one of Miss Pola's girlfriends. Of course, things like serving in bed are our honor. Seeing that Jiang Hai didn't speak, Isabella opened a bottle of Budweiser beer alone. After taking a sip, she took the initiative to talk to Jiang Hai. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai also moved his mouth and opened a bottle of beer. Well, my name is Jiang Hai. I am from Huaxia. I am now running a manor in Boston. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai also introduced himself. In fact, he guessed that these girls knew about his situation. As expected, the moment he finished speaking, Isabel had already said, I know you. Your beef is the best. This batch of beef made Pola earn a lot of money and made her position in the family rise significantly. She was very happy during those few days and even specially organized a party for a week. Unfortunately, at that time, you didn't have this kind of relationship with us. Otherwise, you could have joined as well. Just the party alone invited dozens of famous models and many socialites and outsiders. Hundreds of women openly organized a party here and the atmosphere was quite good. If you came, you would have a great advantage. Isabella said while throwing a flirtatious glance at Jiang Hai. This almost made Jiang Hai choke to death. He almost couldn't handle 6 of them, and hundreds of them. But thinking of that scene, humph. He still wanted to live for a few more years. Ahem, I have a doubt. To be honest, do you really like women? If it's true, why didn't you resist when she asked you to accompany me? Since there was no way to continue this topic, Jiang Hai could only change the topic. But this matter was also the most puzzling point because he could see the resistance in these girls' eyes at the beginning. Resist? Why should we resist? Anyway, we just do what Miss Pola told us. She won't harm us. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Isabella said calmly. What's the situation? Looking at Isabella's appearance, Jiang Hai was a little confused. Why do they believe in Pra Walton so much? What confidence do they have to be in her hands? Or is it because they have such a tendency? To us, Pola is not just a simple partner. In our eyes, Miss Pola is our sky, our god. We will not do anything to disobey her or make her unhappy. As long as she asks us to do so, even if she asks us to die, we will not blink our eyes. Moreover, in the beginning, when we were with you, we were indeed a little scared. But after that, it felt pretty good. We have never experienced this feeling before. Looking at Jiang Hai, Isabella said with a smile, but her words made Jiang Hai even more curious. What kind of feeling is this? Let me tell you a story. Looking at Jiang Hai's puzzled eyes, Isabella chuckled and then told a story to Jiang Hai. This story was a bit melodramatic but very simple. This story happened in the middle of France. The girl in the story originally had a happy family, but her father drank something because he made a mistake with a bad friend. In the end, the family was broken. He also fell ill once, but he did not have the money to buy medicine. As a result, he robbed a store. When he went out, he happened to meet the police and was directly shot to death. After this incident, the girl's mother took the girl away from the small town and went to a nearby city. She married a stepfather with a bad temper and an extreme alcoholic. At first, it was nothing more than some beatings and scoldings, which the girl could endure. But when the girl was 14 years old, the stepfather actually wanted to rape her. She desperately escaped and called the police. The police took her stepfather away, but her mother scolded her for being a jinx. Because of her, the family that her mother had rebuilt with great difficulty was broken again. One night, her mother left the house with her younger brother. At the age of 14, she had no choice but to find a job in order to survive, but she was targeted by a group of hooligans. These hooligans had snuck into her house with the intention of harming her. When she was escaping, she accidentally fell down and was caught by these hooligans. Just when she thought that her life was going to end just like that, she suddenly remembered something. A woman descended from the sky. Her bodyguards knocked down these hooligans and gave them the punishment they deserved. She followed this woman to the United States, followed this woman, received higher education, and became one of this woman's girlfriends. To this girl, this woman was her everything, her God. No matter what, as long as she still wanted her, she would do anything. This was Isabella's story. Jiang Hai sat at the side and listened to this slightly melodramatic story. However, he knew that this should be true. The women in this story should not be Isabella and Prawalton. You can ask the other 4 stories if you have time, but they are basically similar to this. When the story was finished, the table in front of Jiang Hai and Isabella suddenly split open. A plate of barbecued meat rose from below and appeared in front of them. Chapter 5:13. Shaking his head, Jiang Hai woke up from his sleep with a special feeling. He opened his eyes in a daze and looked down. At this moment, Colin Barlovich and Fail Ferrio, whom he had just met yesterday, were working hard. Seeing this scene, there was no need to describe the feeling. "I say, what are you guys doing?" Patting himself on the forehead, Jiang Hai did not refuse their service. Early in the morning, as a man, he had a kind of impulse. Someone to help him take care of it, seems to have gone off topic. "See, I said you were using too much force, just be a bit gentler." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Failor Ferrio patted Colin Bavrovich, who was still working hard, and said with a look of contempt. I'm sorry, I didn't think of that either. But I really like the taste of this. It would be even better if I added some of your taste. Colin smiled as he looked apologetically at Fail. "Then do you want to do it?" "Since he's awake." Hearing Colin's words, Fail also came over. After the 2 women had a wet kiss, Fail looked at the person in front of him and suggested. "Good idea." Following Colin's words, Fail stood up and straddled Jiang Hai. "Hey, it's so early in the morning." Seeing Fail's actions, Jiang Hai couldn't help but immediately stop. "I can't care so much." Ignoring Jiang Hai's words, the battle between Fail and Jiang Hai began. Of course, Colin, who was behind them, would definitely be involved. When Jiang Hai woke up, he glanced at his watch. It was 7:50 in the morning. When he came out of the room, it was already 9:20. On the other side, Colin and Fail were already lying on the bed like mud. Although Jiang Hai's strength wasn't as strong as he wanted to be, dealing with 2 of them wasn't a problem. After dealing with these 2 guys, Jiang Hai went to the bathroom to wash up. There was a new set of things prepared for him. He didn't hold back. After washing up, he walked out of the room with the blanket he took from the rooftop yesterday. But just as he walked out, a woman wearing a maid uniform, who looked to be in her 20s, was already standing at the door waiting for him. "Mr. Jiang Hai, these are your clothes, we have already washed them." The woman looked at Jiang Hai and said seriously. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai saw the clothes in her hand, so he immediately took the clothes with a smile. Where's Prawalton?" After taking the clothes, Jiang Hai was ready to go back to change his clothes, but when he woke up in the morning, he only saw Kobe and Fail, which made Jiang Hai feel a bit strange, so he couldn't help but ask the maid. "Master is dealing with official business in the study, housekeeper Isabel is accompanying him in the study, Miss Cheryl Lee went out early, Miss Barbara is jogging outside." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the maid seriously said to Jiang Hai. "Oh, thank you." Hearing her words, Jiang Hai smiled, then nodded to her. "You're welcome. After you change your clothes, you can go to the study to find master, or you can go to the dining room where you ate yesterday. Breakfast is already prepared. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the maid nodded to him again, then said respectfully. Hearing her mention the dining room, Jiang Hai's mind couldn't help but flash a bad image, then he smiled and flashed into the room. After changing his clothes, he left the room again. He first went to the study to take a look outside and found that Prawalton seemed to be checking some documents. Jiang Hai didn't disturb her, but went directly to the dining room and had breakfast. He has to admit, he doesn't know if Prawalton is very careful, or the people in this manor are very careful. Jiang Hai is a Huaxia person, and his breakfast is also prepared in the Huaxia style. To be exact, it's a northeastern style. His breakfast today is a bowl of tofu pudding and a few fried dough sticks, which are not common in the United States. Jiang Hai tasted it. Well, this tofu pudding also tastes very good, salty and fresh. It's very good. Although the fried dough sticks are prepared in advance, they are still hot. The outside is crispy, but there is a trace of toughness inside, which is very delicious. After eating 5 fried dough sticks in a large bowl of tofu pudding, Jiang Hai is full. Then he went to Prawalton's study. Although he had a good time yesterday, he didn't forget that he still had something to do today. Walking into the study, Jiang Hai saw Prawalton and Isabel Roland. Isabel saw Jiang Hai come in, made a gesture to hush, and then motioned Jiang Hai to sit on the sofa over there. Jiang Hai is not a person who likes to make trouble, so he didn't say anything and sat on the sofa over there. Last night, after he and Isabel finished eating skewers, the two of them didn't get any closer to each other. Although they kept a certain distance from each other, after a heart-to-heart talk, the two of them were indeed closer than the other 4. Today, looking at Jiang Hai, Isabel's face flashed a trace of blush. She is not a natural lesbian. She became a lesbian because of Prawalton's needs and because she has no other choice. However, after having a relationship with Jiang Hai, she doesn't reject Jiang Hai, because she also likes that kind of love. You're up. I thought you were going to sleep until the afternoon. What do you want to eat at noon? How about oysters? I heard that they are very nutritious for men. I have a batch of the best Ghidorah oysters in France here. I'll ask them to make it for you at noon. I've prepared a good show for you tonight. You have to be alert. Time passed by minute. After Prawalton finished correcting this document, he raised his head and looked at Jiang Hai with a chuckle and said to him. Ahem, I don't think so. I told you before that I didn't come to Atlantic City to have fun. I have something to do. Hearing Prawalton say that there will be a good show in the evening, Jiang Hai was tempted for a moment, but he didn't come here to have fun. He still has something to do, so after hesitating for a moment, Jiang Hai still told her the truth. Oh. You really have something to do. Is it convenient to tell me? Hearing that Jiang Hai really has something to do, Prawalton couldn't help but look at him with some doubts and asked puzzledly. It's not something that's convenient or inconvenient to say, but this is what the other party wants. I can only tell you that it's related to the royal family of the Middle East. Looking at Prawalton, Jiang Hai hesitated for a moment and said no directly, but after all, the two are very close to each other, so close that they already know each other's depth, so Jiang Hai still revealed a little. The royal family of the Middle East. Defayman Vihar Muhammad bin Rashid Al Maktoum. Hearing Jiang Hai mention the royal family of Dubai, Prawalton said a name almost instantly. Jiang Hai was shocked when he heard the name. How do you know? Hearing her words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded. This guy is too powerful. It's not hard to guess. 90% of the royal families in the Middle East are very low-key. They are very prestigious in their country, but abroad, they are only called the Middle Eastern Nouveau Riche. But among these low-key people, there will be some more high-profile ones, and the one who has been the most active recently is him. Walton said with a chuckle as she tapped the table gently with the pen in her hand. Recently, he first quietly talked about a business with Xia. Of course, this so-called quietly, in fact, everyone knows about it, and now he wants to see you. Well, let me think, the business with Xia, is it related to you? Are you from the imperial court? Walton bit the cap of the pen and asked Jiang Hai a little strangely. Damn, you are too good at deceiving people, but I am not from the imperial court, but this line was indeed pulled by me. You are not from the United States, are you? Hearing Walton's words, Jiang Hai was really shocked. From some sporadic fragments in his reaction, she probably figured out the situation of the matter. It seems that this woman is really not ordinary. At least in terms of IQ, it is not a problem for her to crush him. In fact, Jiang Hai is too lazy. When the Dragon Ball was transforming his body, it was also transforming his brain, but if he didn't develop it, then there was no other way. I am from the Walton family, but second, I am Walton. The United States government, well, it has nothing to do with me, but you have to remember that you are now in the United States. This is something that can be used against you. Don't tell others easily, otherwise, someone will make things difficult for you. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Walton chuckled, and then said indifferently. Well, this time I'm going to solve the problem of how to fight back in case someone tries to make things difficult for me, or wants to take over my family business. Hearing what she said, Jiang Hai also seriously said to her. That's right. Oh. So confident. Then I will go with you. Looking at Jiang Hai's confident appearance, Walton chuckled. Okay. After thinking about it, Jiang Hai also nodded. Anyway, the deal between him and Du Feimin has already been agreed. He is not afraid of Walton interfering. Agreeing to let her follow is not bad for Jiang Hai. Where is the place? Seeing Jiang Hai agree, Walton also looked at Jiang Hai with interest. Caesar Palace, there is a UFC there today. That guy Du Feimin wants to see this thing, so he set the meeting place there. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai said a little bit. After all, in some TV dramas and novels before, he had heard the name of this casino a lot, but he had never been there once. It was really a loss of face for the rich. There. Okay, let's go after lunch. Looking at Jiang Hai's appearance, Walton chuckled. It seems that her little boyfriend still has a child's heart. Chapter 5:14. How is Atlantic City? Is it beautiful? Walton, who was lying in the passenger seat of Jiang Hai's battle shield and wearing sunglasses, asked Jiang Hai who was driving. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but nod gently. It's very beautiful, but there are too few people. Jiang Hai is telling the truth. The buildings in Atlantic City are beautiful, the roads are wide, and there is a bay next to it. It looks like a treasure land. It is also the second largest gambling city in the United States and one of the top 4 gambling cities in the world. However, in Jiang Hai's opinion, this place is indeed a bit, well, too peaceful. There are very few people. Have you seen Atlantic Empire? Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Walton turned to Jiang Hai and asked, but after hearing what she said, Jiang Hai nodded. Atlantic Empire is a very famous American TV series. Although he didn't finish watching it, he roughly watched it. Basically, it's about the founding of Atlantic City and the chaos of the Grey Gang here. After watching it for a long time, it became boring, so Jiang Hai didn't finish watching it. When Atlantic City was founded, it was just like Las Vegas. It was a normal city and had nothing to do with the gambling city. But in 1931, Las Vegas became a gambling city in order to revive the economy. After seeing the benefits of Las Vegas, Atlantic City also became a gambling city in the 1970s. But unlike Las Vegas, it's in the Southwest, and this place is under New York. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Walton also said to Jiang Hai, "It's nothing more than that after the founding of Las Vegas, the government is in charge, and after the founding of the Atlantic Empire, the real boss is the Gray Gang. What rules can the Gray Gang have? They rob people and customers everywhere. If they win money, they don't let others go. If they lose money, they let others go. This is the Gray Gang." It's precisely because of this that Atlantic City was very popular in the beginning, but in the 1980s, when airplanes became a common means of transportation, most rich people would rather go to Las Vegas than come here to play. When the tax revenue was reduced, the government reacted and began to vigorously attack the Gray Gang. Now, there are only a few rats in the entire Atlantic City. The Gray Gang was exterminated, even the foreign gangs, such as South U Gang, MO Gang, Latin American Gang, they were all wiped out. But the foundation built over the years is not easy for others to have confidence in. It's just like when the United States was reforming and opening up, there was a large-scale pollution of land and water, but that was many years ago. The land and rivers in the United States were already very clean, and some places even reached the standard of drinking water. But back then, the United States government said not to catch fish in the river to eat it. Everyone in the United States still abides by that. Otherwise, Asian carp wouldn't be as rampant as it is now, because they don't dare to eat it. It's the same in Atlantic City. As the saying goes, once bitten, twice shy. The flow of people in Atlantic City is still lukewarm. There are many casinos, but more of them are closed than open. The total population of Atlantic City is only 50,000 people. It's hard to imagine that there are less than 50,000 people in a city. However, this was a place that many rich people liked to live in. This was because the environment here was very good. Plus, there weren't even any rats here, and the Gray Gang was even rarer. Living here was very safe. So there are many rich people living here. Along the way, Jiang Hai listened to Walton's introduction. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The population of the United States isn't very small. There are about 300 million people, but compared to Xia, it's really too vast and sparsely populated. Of course, the most sparsely populated place is Canada, where there aren't many people at all. Along the way, the sea breeze blew as they looked at the slightly gorgeous city. Jiang Hai and Walton arrived at their destination, the Caesar Palace Hotel. In fact, the hotel's reputation is much bigger than it actually is. Before the MGM Grand Hotel was built, it had always been the world's largest casino. The headquarters was in Las Vegas, and there was a branch in Atlantic City. Of course, the current Caesar Palace is also a first-class casino in the world, but it's not as famous. After all, there are many rich people who are purely in pursuit of greatness. Caesar Palace is far from it. For example, Golden Sand, Cloud Top, Venetian, Monte Carlo, etc. These are all big casinos. Their guests, their entertainment equipment, and their standards were not inferior to Caesar's. However, Caesar had a unique advantage, which was that it was the first choice for all the indoor gambling matches. The most famous one is boxing, and in addition to boxing, the UFC that Jiang Hai wants to watch this time is also the same. After parking the car in the underground parking lot of Caesar Palace, Jiang Hai walked into the casino with Walton. When they walked in, the two security guards hesitated for a moment, but they didn't say anything. Because in their view, Jiang Hai is definitely not dressed properly. After all, Jiang Hai likes to wear sportswear and outdoors. Over here, even if you didn't wear a suit, you would at least wear a casual suit. You would wear a shirt on the inside and a suit on the outside. Even if you didn't wear a tie, you could still wear a collar and leather shoes. To Westerners, this would be considered a set of formal attire. However, Jianghai is so casual, it really doesn't meet the standards of a guest, which makes the two security guards a little hesitant. The reason why they didn't stop Jianghai is because they know that Jianghai's car is worth millions of dollars, and Jianghai's watch is worth millions of dollars. These two alone are enough to blind their eyes. So they didn't say anything, and just watched Jianghai and the others go in. In the United States, the rich are the boss, and there are not so many principals to speak of. When Jianghai and Prawalton walked into the casino, the situation inside really made Jianghai's eyes light up. The casino in front of him is divided into 3 parts, 2 large parts, and a small part. The small part is for exchanging chips. The medium part is mainly for playing slot machines. Of course, slot machines are not only one kind of machine, there are many kinds of machines, just like the game halls in China, but unfortunately, there is no catch fish. Jianghai has no idea how to play the 777 slot machine. The other part is the gambling table. On the gambling table here, the most played is blackjack, in addition to 5-card stud, asterisk 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 asterisk, baccarat, and so on. According to the bottom of the chips, the color of the table is different. Behind each table is a beautiful woman who acts as a dealer. Of course, in addition, there are many waiters and security guards patrolling here. Although it is only around 2:00 in the afternoon, Jianghai and Prawalton came over after having lunch at her home. However, there are already a lot of people here. In addition, there is a special living room here. The UFC fight will start there, but now it is closed. According to the painting on the wall of the casino, the space can seat 18,000 people. It is almost the same size as an NBA stadium. It is said that the one in Las Vegas is bigger. In addition, there are many small private rooms, which are left for the rich to play by themselves. After Jianghai arrived here, he looked around. Although he wanted to try his luck, Jianghai did not forget his purpose of coming here. He took out his mobile phone and called Du Feimin. The phone was picked up after a few rings, and then Du Feimin's voice came from the phone. It was still so forthright and fake. "Hi, Jiang, you finally called me. Are you coming over?" Looking at the person displayed on the phone, Du Feimin said enthusiastically. Hearing Du Feimin's enthusiastic voice on the phone, Prawalton was stunned. Jianghai said that he is not very familiar with him, but now listening to his voice, it does not sound like they are not familiar with each other. "I'm already at the casino, where are you?" Shrugging at Prawalton, Jianghai said that he has no other choice. Then he asked Du Feimin on the phone. "This guy has always been unreliable." "Me? I'm fighting, do you want to come over and join me?" Hearing Jianghai's words, Du Feimin shouted excitedly. "Fight? Forget it." Glancing at Prawalton beside him, Jianghai thought that the fight, so it is better for him not to get involved. Prawalton on his side is very difficult to deal with. "That's a pity, I will ask my people to send you the tickets. You can play first. The fight starts at 7:00, your seat is next to mine. We will talk when we meet." Hearing that Jianghai is not interested in his fight, Du Feimin sighed helplessly, then told Jianghai to play by himself. In fact, the fight he is talking about is not the same as what Jianghai said. He is gambling, but even so, Jianghai is not willing to watch him gamble. If he wants to play, he can play here by himself. It is better for him not to get involved in the fights of the rich. After all, he is not really rich. Okay. After talking to Du Feimin, Jianghai also hung up the phone. Then, he talked to Prawalton, and the two went to the side to exchange $200,000 in chips, ready to go their separate ways to play. Walton lives in Atlantic City, and she is also a descendant of a big family, so she is very familiar with these kinds of games. Whether it is for her or for Jiang Hai, the $100,000 is just pocket money. So, after each of them took the $100,000, the two of them went their own ways to play. Jiang Hai also gave it a try, but soon it was proven that he was not the child of the plane of existence or anything like that. The plot of killing everyone in the casino, making money, stepping on people, and picking up girls in the novel is not there at all. He really does not know how to play. Chapter 5:15. The dealer has 18 points. Sir, I'm sorry, you won. Looking at the J, Q, and 5 in his hand, Jiang Hai opened his mouth, but when he heard what the beautiful dealer said, he shook his head helplessly. Novels are really deceiving. What a scam. Watching the beautiful woman in front of him take away the $5,000 worth of chips on his table, Jiang Hai sighed and put in another $2,000. It seemed that he was going to die here. Actually, it wasn't a matter of whether he was going to die or not, but that this was the only game he knew how to play here. The way to win was the same for card stud and card stud. The biggest was a straight flush, followed by an iron stud, which was 4 of the same kind, followed by a calabash, which was a triple pair, followed by a straight, a flush, a 3 of a kind, 2 of a kind, and a scatter. Those who had watched Hong Kong gambling movies will not be unfamiliar with this method. But the problem now was that the movies were all lies. Where did this straight flush come from? Bullsh *T, isn't it? Jiang Hai played 3 rounds. The biggest round was a 3 of a kind, but that was it. His opponent beat him with a small flush. If he played Texas, his hand would be even bigger, because there were 2 matching cards. Almost every hand had a flush, a straight, and even a calabash was very common. But it was obvious that Jiang Hai wasn't that lucky. After losing more than $30,000 on that table, Jiang Hai ran away dejectedly. Fortunately, he was only here to play and broaden his horizons. He wasn't going to stick his head in here. After losing $100,000, it was unlikely that he would come back again. As for Baccarat, he just stood there and watched. Then, when he realized that he didn't even understand the rules, he endured it. Then, he played blackjack, which was the only game he understood. Unfortunately, he still lost more than he won. What was the dealer's greatest skill? Protection. This was because she wasn't specifically targeting Jiang Hai. As long as she calculated that she could win this game, then she would stop. If she calculated that she couldn't win, then she would add more. This was also the reason why she didn't want to lose money as a banker. Jiang Hai was one of those losers. He only had $20,000 left of his $100,000. Mr. Jiang Hai, so you're here. I've been looking for you for a long time. Just as Jiang Hai was waiting for the cards to be dealt, a big man from the Middle East came over and looked at Jiang Hai respectfully. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but look at him with some surprise. I'm Dofayman Weha Muhammad. Oh, I know. You're one of his men, right? Hearing that he was going to introduce himself and say Dofayman's full name, Jiang Hai immediately waved his hand to stop him. What a joke, who would listen to this? Hearing Jiang Hai's interruption, the man nodded and respectfully handed over an envelope. This is the admission ticket that Mr. Dofayman prepared for you. There are 2 in total. We know that you came with a female companion. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the man said with a smile. Hearing what he said, Jiang Hai couldn't help but nod. It would be strange if Dofayman didn't know that he came with a female companion. He didn't believe that the people in this hotel would monitor him here. Okay, I got it. By the way, how long will it take for Dofayman to finish? He's in good health. He's been fighting for so long. Is he still fighting? Taking the envelope, Jiang Hai hesitated for a moment and asked the man. It mainly depends on the wishes of the other people and the financial situation of the other people. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the man couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then, he respectfully said to Jiang Hai. Hearing what he said, Jiang Hai was a little puzzled. Isn't he? Looking at the man, Jiang Hai moved his crotch, then raised his eyebrows and said to him. Oh, of course not. They are gambling in the VIP room. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the man from the Middle East said with a black face. If an ordinary person dared to say that to Du Feimin, he might have directly punched him. One must know that Du Feimin was a member of Debai's royal family. He wasn't someone to be trifled with. As his subordinates, they understood the principle of death when their master was humiliated. However, they knew that Jiang Hai was their lord's friend. Therefore, they could only swallow their anger. Oh. They are gambling. Take me there to have a look. Jiang Hai now had the mentality of a tourist. After learning that Du Feimin was not there to do that thing, Jiang Hai also became interested. Okay, please come this way. The waiter knew that the relationship between Jiang Hai and Du Feimin was very close. Most importantly, Du Feimin had just invited Jiang Hai to watch his gambling, so he didn't mind letting Jiang Hai go again. Wait a minute, I'll go find my female companion. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai smiled, then glanced at the two cards in front of him, a 4 and an 8, adding up to 12 points. He definitely couldn't win with such cards, so he knocked on the table. With this knock, the dealer on the opposite side also took advantage of the opportunity to deal a card. When he saw Old K's ugly face, he knew that it was over again. Then he shook his head and stood up. He glanced around and saw Pra Walton at a German gambling table in the distance. He pulled this person to Pra Walton's side. After arriving here, Jiang Hai couldn't help but secretly click his tongue. He really didn't see that Pra Walton was actually a master. Jiang Hai's side was about to lose everything, but her side didn't fall but rose instead. Looking at the chips, in addition to the initial 100,000, she seemed to have won another 100,000. Seeing her return to her cold queen image after leaving Jiang Hai couldn't help but laugh. Because he felt that the money she won wasn't just because of her skills. Because at this moment, many men would unintentionally glance at her when they were looking at their cards. There was no other way, such a cold and noble woman, no man would dislike her. And Pra Walton was also sitting there, a pair of disdainful eyes glancing at the gambling table in front of her. When she looked at these men, she couldn't help but snort. What a group of disgusting guys. At this moment, the last card had appeared. Looking at the 5 cards on the table and the 2 in her hand, Pra Walton casually threw out $5,000 in chips. It seemed that she was quite confident in this round. $5,000, it's not a small amount, are you sure? Seeing her throw out $5,000, there were a total of 8 people on the table. At this time, 5 of them had already closed their cards, leaving only Pra Walton, a middle-aged man who looked like a refined scum, and an old man who looked like a nouveau riche. At this time, the middle-aged man said with a smile. If you don't follow, then close your cards. Hearing his words, Pra Walton said indifferently. Close your cards. Oh no, I'm just telling you, you're going to lose money like this, beauty. Hearing Pra Walton's words, the man also threw out $5,000 with a smile. The confident look on his face was really disgusting. Last round, raise. At this moment, the dealer glanced at the 3 people who were still following and said indifferently. 10,000, open your cards. Hearing this, Pra Walton directly threw out $10,000 in chips again, and then said indifferently. The old man thought for a moment and closed his cards. In his opinion, these cards were not worth so much. Only the middle-aged man was still looking at Paula Walton in front of him with a lustful gaze. $10,000, you're really generous. I'll follow this $10,000, but the upper limit of this table is only $10,000. It's not interesting. Why don't we bet outside? Looking at Paula Walton, the man said with a smile. Ha! Looking at his proposal, Paula Walton couldn't help but raise his head and look at him. What does this guy mean? We'll bet $100,000 for this round. If you win, the $100,000 is yours. But if you lose, do me the honor of having a meal with us. Many people couldn't help but gasp when they heard what the man said. $100,000 in exchange for a meal. Many women felt a little excited when they looked at this guy who looked like a gentleman. He was handsome, had a good temperament, and most importantly, was rich and domineering. He was really the perfect partner. Not interested. But unfortunately, he was facing Paula Walton. Now, except for Jiang Hai, she was still full of hostility to other men, so after a disdainful snort, she pushed the cards forward and motioned for the dealer to open. As for the man, after seeing Paula Walton's appearance, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed, but this embarrassment only lasted for a moment, and then his face showed more and more interest in Paula Walton. At this time, the dealer also opened the cards of the two. Paula Walton's luck was not very good in this game. Although she got a gourd, the other party's cards were a bit harder. It was a straight flush. More than $20,000 on the table had changed owners in an instant. Seeing this scene, the man couldn't help but sigh. If Paula Walton agreed to bet with him just now, would it mean that he might be able to get close to the beauty? But he didn't care. He always believed that there was no girl in the world that he couldn't flirt with. A cold beauty like Paula Walton was nothing more than a matter of time. It was that simple. Lost? But at this time, a man's stinky hand suddenly put on the shoulder of the goddess in his heart, and then an Asian face appeared beside his goddess. Seeing this scene, the man's index finger couldn't help but twitch. I won, look. What made him even more unbearable was the attitude of his goddess. When she saw this man, the goddess who had always been cold suddenly smiled like a silly sweet girl, and showed off her victory like a little girl. Seeing this scene, the guy couldn't help but feel a fire burning in his heart. Too hateful. Chapter 5:16. Wow, that's amazing. At this time, only Jiang Hai could be tired of Paula Walton. And the most important thing is that in Paula Walton's heart, the only man who can be tired of is Jiang Hai. That's right, you don't know who I am. Hearing Jiang Hai's praise, Paula Walton said with a smile as if she had eaten honey. Looking at her charming smile and beautiful eyes, the men who originally had a lot of improper thoughts about Paula Walton heard the sound of their hearts breaking at this time, especially the middle-aged man opposite them. TSK, I really don't have any talent in this game. I only have 10,000 left of my 100,000. Smacking his lips, Jiang Hai said with a smile, and then took out his only remaining chip. If you want to play, take it. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Paula Walton also gave her chip to Jiang Hai. Shao by face, king of soft rice. Seeing Paula Walton's action, the men here secretly scolded Jiang Hai in their hearts. Forget it, I won't play. This is Du Feimin's man. He said that Du Feimin is gambling in the VIP box. I'm going to take a look. Do you want to come? Looking at Paula Walton, Jiang Hai asked her. When they heard Jiang Hai's words, many people's hearts jumped. The VIP box is not a place where just anyone can enter. Although looking at Jiang Hai's nondescript appearance, he doesn't seem to be very rich. But he can go to the VIP box, which shocked the people next to him, and many of the resentful eyes at that time disappeared. Even the middle-aged man sitting opposite Paula Walton also restrained his gaze. At least before he knew who Jiang Hai was, he didn't dare to easily offend Jiang Hai. Okay. But Jiang Hai and Prawalton ignored these gazes. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Prawalton also smiled, and then motioned to the dealer to change the money. The dealer quickly changed a check for $170,000 and handed it to her, but Jiang Hai didn't change his $10,000 chip. According to him, he wanted to take it back as a souvenir. The two of them left the table and followed Du Feimin's man to the VIP room. Looking at the backs of Jiang Hai and Prawalton, the people at the table continued to play while whispering, because they didn't know who Jiang Hai and Prawalton were, although Prawalton had been here before. But who is she? Would the little princess of the Walmart play in the lobby? So 95% of the time when she came here, she would go to the private room to play while talking about business. Sometimes, she would play outside to accompany her new girlfriend. She would play a few rounds in a very low-key way, and then leave. It was her first time playing like today. So it was normal for the person in charge of Caesar Palace to know her, but almost none of these individual guests knew her. No matter how the people outside talked about the two, they had already walked out of the lobby and went to the nearby private room area. The private room here was much stricter than the lobby. Not only did they have to go through the metal detector door like going through security, but there would also be people checking their packages. Fortunately, Jiang Hai was used to being checked in China. Prawalton didn't bring anything today except her mobile phone. After all, she was with Jiang Hai. She knew that Jiang Hai was also a rich man. It would be troublesome to go out with him with a wallet. She didn't bring her handbag either. For her, she only needed to put on makeup. There was no need to touch up her makeup. After the two passed through the security gate, Du Feimin's people took them to the outside of a lobby. After knocking on the door and getting permission, the person opened the door. Jiang Hai followed him in. As soon as they walked in, Jiang Hai saw a huge gambling table in the splendidly decorated room. In addition to the dealer, there were 4 other people sitting at the gambling table. A white man, a black man, an Asian man, and Jiang Hai's friend Du Feimin. At this time, the chips in front of these people made Jiang Hai somewhat surprised. At the tables outside, there were chips of all sizes, with the smallest being $1. However, at the table where Jiang Hai and Prawalton were gambling, the minimum bet was $500, which meant that the smallest chip was $500. The smallest chip on the table for these people gambling here was 100,000. Fine, for the rich, this really wasn't a lot. Everyone had 1,000 chips worth $100,000 in front of them, which added up to $100 million per person. It was truly terrifying to be able to make $100 million just by playing cards. It wasn't that Jiang Hai didn't have $100 million, but he would have to be crazy to spend $100 million here. Hey, Jiang, you're finally here. Do you want to add a corner? Seeing Jiang Hai walk in with Prawalton, Du Feimin was stunned for a moment, then nodded at Prawalton before speaking enthusiastically to Jiang Hai. It seemed that he also knew Prawalton, which was understandable. Basically, there was no upper-class person in America who didn't know Prawalton. However, this little princess of the Walton family, who was now at the helm of Sam's Club, wasn't so easy to get along with. Her reputation wasn't very good. Of course, this so-called reputation wasn't referring to her private life. It was referring to the way she conducted herself. Her personality was quite strange, but she was extraordinarily capable. Coupled with the support of the Walton family, the world's largest business family, she only needed to show her ability. She didn't need to make any concessions or anything like that, and she could do quite well. As for her, many second-generation heirs and young masters had been warned by their families not to provoke her. Therefore, when Du Feimin saw her now, if she didn't take the initiative to express their relationship, then he wouldn't take the initiative to talk to her. Forget it, my money isn't used to waste. I really don't have any thoughts about the bet. Hearing Du Feimin's words, Jiang Hai shook his head. He was telling the truth. If he lost 90,000 yuan from 100,000 yuan, then he wouldn't be too distressed. However, if he lost 90,000 yuan from 100 million yuan, then he probably wouldn't be able to sleep for several nights. He would have to find a sunken ship to get it back up. However, with the blueprints he bought last time, he basically got all the ships that should be sunken. The remaining ships, if not small ships, were only worth 18 million yuan. Jiang Hai wasn't interested in them. They were just ships that sunk in awkward positions. For example, in the Cuban waters, or in the Colombian waters. If Jiang Hai wanted to go to these places, how could he guarantee his safety? Therefore, in the current situation where there wasn't much night grass, Jiang Hai had better eat it sparingly. Oh, that's a pity. You know, this is a very fun game. You can do whatever you want. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Du Feimin smiled, then sat back in his seat and began to play. Jiang Hai and Prawalton also sat behind him, looking at his cards. Seeing Prawalton sit down, the black man and the white man took the initiative to nod to Prawalton, but they also didn't speak. It was obvious that these two people also knew Prawalton. However, when the Asian man saw Jiang Hai and Prawalton, his expression was a little different. When he saw Jiang Hai, the main expression in his eyes was disdain and ridicule, but when he looked at Prawalton, his eyes flashed with a hint of amazement. It was obvious that he didn't know Jiang Hai or Prawalton. Even after Prawalton sat down, his eyes looked straight at Prawalton with a wretched face. "Hey, kid, do you want to play cards or watch something?" Looking at his appearance, the four people sitting there frowned. Only Prawalton's face didn't have any other expression, but this made Jiang Hai a little unhappy, but he didn't need to speak because the black man over there had already spoken. What a joke, offending the people of the Walmart group. Can they still play cards? Hearing what the black man said, the kid smiled a little awkwardly and then looked at the card table. "It's your turn, what are you playing?" At this time, the white man also tapped the table gently and said disdainfully. Hearing his words, the Asian kid's face flashed a trace of anger, but then he remembered that this was the United States, not his territory, so he forced himself to suppress it, and then he threw 10 chips with a smile, which was $1 million. While throwing, he also looked at Prawalton. It was obvious that he really liked Prawalton. Seeing that he had already thrown the money, the others didn't say anything. They didn't care about $1 million. After throwing the money, the dealer continued to put the cards. This time, they were also playing a card game. Indeed, after this kind of game appeared, it was much more complicated. It was more attractive than the traditional 5-card stud. Nowadays, people who gambled on big cards preferred to play this way. The four people seemed to have a tacit understanding. Each card was worth $1 million. Soon, 3 rounds were over. 2 cards were dealt in the first round, 3 cards were shown in the second round, and 1 more card was added in the last round. 4 cards appeared on the table. Basically, it was clear whether the cards in everyone's hands could be formed. Looking at the cards on the table, Du Feimin's cards were a little scattered. But he could put together the last card to see if it was a club. In that case, he could try for a flush. But even a flush wasn't a big deal in a card game, so after hesitating for a moment, he put down the card. And when he put down the card, the Asian kid over there also laughed and said. Chapter 5:17. What's wrong? The Middle Eastern nouveau riche can also be scared. Looking at Du Feimin, the Asian guy couldn't help but laugh. "I'm just here to have fun. My money doesn't grow on trees." Shrugging, Du Feimin didn't care about this kind of provocation. Of course, the latter sentence was taught to him by Jiang Hai. When he asked Jiang Hai to invest in Dubai, Jiang Hai often said this. Hearing his words, the Asian guy also laughed, then took out 10 million and threw it into the pool. Seeing him do this, the white guy also put down his cards, and only the black guy followed. When the last card was revealed, the Asian guy's face was even more proud. Holding 2 cards, he looked at the black guy in front of him with a smile. Of course, he kept looking at Prawalton from the corner of his eyes. In his opinion, there was no woman who didn't love money. He naturally had his reasons for being so rich. There are only 2 of us left. How about 20 million for a small round? Seeing him being so rich, the black guy over there smiled and took out 20 million and threw it on the table. The Asian guy also took out 20 million and threw it on the table. Then, the cards were revealed. The Asian guy's cards were indeed not small. On the cards, there was an ace, 2 jacks, and 2 kings. This guy had a jack and a king in his hand, which meant that no matter which one he used, it would be a king captive, gourd. Generally speaking, such a big card was enough to win, so when he showed his cards, he already smiled and signaled the dealer to give him the money. However, when the dealer showed the black guy's cards, his original smile instantly froze. The black guy's cards were very simple, a pair of jacks and a pair of aces. Although the top card of the ace card was not as good as his, this card was better than his king card. Seeing this scene, the Asian guy's face instantly turned green. Obviously, more than $30 million was not as easy as he said. He was also distressed to lose it just like that. The money is mine. The black man grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. After glancing at the Asian with contempt, he smiled and motioned for the dealer to bring the money to him. In an instant, the money in front of him was much more than the other 3. Wow, you guys are playing big. 30 million in one go. 100 million won't last long. Seeing that the black man directly received tens of millions, Jiang Hai couldn't help but be a little stunned. These people are really ruthless. My assets will probably become negative after playing with them for a night. Fortunately, I'm not addicted to this thing, or else it would be troublesome. It wasn't this big before you came. The biggest one was only 3 million. However, after hearing Jiang Hai's words, Du Feimin couldn't help but smile and talk to him. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai also glanced at the Asian kid. Needless to say, this guy's purpose was Prawalton. Unfortunately, this round of 13 was not successful enough. Not only did he not get the girl, but he also lost more than 30 million. His face was green with fright. Cough, the one who won first is paper. Let's continue. Picking up the wine glass next to him and taking a big gulp, the kid pretended to be calm and said to the crowd. Then, he continued to throw a chip of 100,000, but his eyes didn't dare to look at Prawalton so presumptuously. It seemed that the failure of the 13 just now still had some impact on him. The most important thing was that more than 30 million, his heart ached. Who are these people? Looking at the Asian, Jiang Hai whispered to Du Feimin. He is the 3rd largest individual shareholder of Google and Google. He has some influence in the upper class of the United States, but he is a playboy and has no real power. He has a good relationship with everyone. The black man is Ofatrio Campos. He was originally a gray man in New York, but he stopped more than 10 years ago and opened a security company. Later, he invested in Blackwater International and is now the 2nd largest shareholder of Blackwater International. His money may be the least among all the people here, but he is the one you can't provoke. Fortunately, this person is very well behaved and low-key. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Du Feimin also introduced the 3 people here to Jiang Hai in a low voice, but he first introduced the white man and the black man. When Jiang Hai heard that the black man was actually a gray man, he couldn't help but frown and put a label on him that he couldn't be friends with. As for the Asian, he is a Korean. According to their country's name, he is called Li Zhihao. He is a member of the Samsung Financial Group. The current leader of the Samsung Financial Group is his father. Du Feimin looked at the Asian and said with a smile. Among these people, when he introduced this person, he used the least words. It could be seen that Du Feimin didn't think highly of him. Indeed, there was a big gap between the rich people in the East and the rich people in the West. In the West, such as the United States, when your money reached a certain level, your existence would affect the political situation of the country. For example, Bill Gates. No American president would go against him. Sometimes, his words were more effective than the American president's. This was his power. But in the East, no matter if it was Korea, Japan, or Xia, the rich people were just substitutes in front of the government. The country needs you to have money and your own ability. Only then can you be qualified to be rich. This was the biggest difference between a gold-based society and an official-based society. Even in China, people were shouting about how capable they were and how much money they had. But as long as the imperial court gave the order, even the most powerful person would have to kneel down. This was similar to the Soviet Union. In the past, in order to develop Soviet Russia, the Soviet government had created a lot of oligarchs. But now, Soviet Russia's financial situation had stabilized, and these oligarchs became the public enemy. This was the official definition of the imperial court and Soviet Russia. So, Soviet Russia took action against these oligarchs. Once these oligarchs fell, the country would take back their money, factories, and power. So, in Xia and Soviet Russia, having money was useless. Power was the most important thing. Otherwise, even a village chief could kill you like a pig. Although Japan and Korea were not like Xia, their situation was not good. At least, they were not as arrogant as the rich people in the US. To the Koreans, the young master of the Samsung conglomerate was a big name. But to Du Feimin and the others, it was just a small matter. They didn't need to be on good terms with him for what they wanted to do. He was only here to accompany the guests. Of course, Li Zhihao did not think so. At this moment, he did not look like a guest. Instead, he looked like the main character. Of course, if it was in the US, the most powerful person at the table was Pra Walton, who was beside Jiang Hai. After all, this guy represented Walmart Group, the world's #1 group. It was not as simple as just saying. Under the attention of Jiang Hai and the rest, Li Zhihao was a far cry from these old foxes in front of them. Originally, these old foxes did not care if they lost or won 2 or 3 million. They treated it as a way to pass time and accompany them to play. But now, since this guy was looking for death, they could not blame them. In the third round where Jiang Hai and the rest were sitting, this guy lost again. This time, he lost more than 20 million. This time, the 100 million in front of him was only left with 40 million. It was less than 50 million. His face was even more purple. In the 7th round, he lost again. This time, he was only left with 30 million. Looking at his reddened eyes, Jiang Hai could not help but feel a little funny. This might be a sign of addiction. In the 11th round, the white man casually said a few words to provoke him. After that, he bet the rest of his money. The result was self-evident. If they were not sure of winning, why would these old foxes be so fierce? At the moment when the cards were revealed, this guy's face was also pale. He was indeed the eldest son of Samsung and the only son of the current head of Samsung. But since he was born in 1990, he was 2 years younger than Jiang Hai. With such a big family like Samsung, the internal strife within the family was naturally difficult to resolve. There were plenty of people eyeing their positions. And with his family's style, it was naturally impossible for them to be like some idiot families who raised their children to be hedonistic or second-generation heirs. But which young man was not arrogant? Especially since he could do whatever he wanted in South Korea. But he also knew that although this $100 million was nothing to his family, if he lost it all, he would not be able to avoid a scolding. In a situation like this where people were afraid of losing, they would want to win back. And winning back also required capital, so his eyes instantly turned red. He was ready to take out another 100 million. But just as he was about to ask the dealer to give him the money, a person behind him who looked like a bodyguard patted him on the shoulder and said a few words in his ear. Hearing this person's words, the redness in his eyes gradually receded. "Forget it, I'm not lucky today. I'll treat this 100 million as entertainment for you. I'm leaving." After slamming the table, Li Zhihao stood up and was about to walk out with a relaxed expression. But after just a few steps, he suddenly stopped and walked to Prawalton, who was still sitting there. "I think you're quite bored sitting here. Why don't we go downstairs for a drink?" Looking at Prawalton, Li Zhihao chuckled, then elegantly made a gesture of invitation and looked at Prawalton. But unfortunately, Prawalton would not spoil him and said coldly, "I advise you to go see an ophthalmologist. I have a male companion." "Oh, I don't think your male companion will mind." Hearing her words, Li Zhihao smiled disdainfully, glanced at Jiang Hai next to him, and said contemptuously. He heard Du Feimin's introduction just now. Perhaps the name of Samsung could not shock those black and white people in the United States, but it was not a problem to shock an Asian face. Chapter 518. "Oh. Are you a fart that I let out? You know my thoughts so well." But just as he was feeling smug, a mocking voice suddenly came from the side and entered his ears. Needless to say, the person who spoke was Jiang Hai. After hearing Jiang Hai's words, Du Feimin, as well as the other two Americans, laughed. They had to admit that Jiang Hai's words were quite lethal. Even Prawalton couldn't help but laugh. "Kid, you're quite arrogant. You don't pay attention to what you say. Aren't you afraid of dying outside?" Hearing Jiang Hai's words and the laughing faces of the people around him, the original smile on Li Zhihao's face disappeared in an instant. He stood up again and narrowed his eyes as he looked at Jiang Hai. For him, Du Feimin, the white man, and the black man, he didn't dare to provoke him. A nameless Asian dared to be so arrogant and even dared to insult him. "You're courting death, kid, to my friend." Hearing his almost blatant threat, Jiang Hai didn't say anything, but Du Feimin had already stood up. For a Middle Eastern tycoon like him, what he cared about the most was his face. This guy threatened Jiang Hai. Wasn't that making him lose face? Was there anyone at the table who didn't know that Jiang Hai was his friend? But before he could finish his words, Jiang Hai had already patted him on the shoulder, then looked at him playfully, with a look of contempt on his face. He said to him, "Oh? Are you threatening me? That depends on what you think." Hearing Jiang Hai's direct retort, Li Zhihao's supercilious character, which he had cultivated in South Korea, made him take a step forward and look at Jiang Hai with tit for tat. He, Li Zhihao, wasn't someone that any Tom, Dick, or Harry could bully. However, he thought that he wasn't someone that others could bully, but sorry, Jiang Hai wasn't someone that others could bully either. Especially since they dared to threaten him in front of him. Jiang Hai had no intention of indulging them. "Oh, if that's the case, I've fought with your mother before. Although your mother's skills are good, her plastic surgery was too much. Although I only spent one night with her, I'm still someone who has been through her front door and back door. When you see me, shouldn't you call me daddy or something like that?" Crossing his legs, Jiang Hai raised his head and looked at Li Zhihao in front of him. Jiang Hai said slowly with disdain. "You bastard, what did you say?" Hearing that Jiang Hai dared to insult his mother in such a blatant manner, Li Zhihao could no longer tolerate it. Originally, he was like a crown prince in South Korea. He didn't provoke others. Since when did someone dare to point at his nose and say such things in front of him? Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the expressions of the three people at the table changed. The black man and the white man looked at Jiang Hai with some worry. As for Du Feimin, he was just watching the fun. With his friendship with Jiang Hai, in addition to the relationship between Jiang Hai and the imperial court, this time, it was Jiang Hai who pulled the strings and built the bridge, and Jiang Hai's capital. In South Korea, Jiang Hai would be dead for sure. However, this was the United States. Even if he was given 10 guts, he wouldn't dare to do anything to Jiang Hai. Moreover, Jiang Hai had Pra Walton by his side. Do I need to repeat what I said again? Little bastard. Seeing that Li Zhihao was about to go crazy, Jiang Hai still said disdainfully. Hearing that Jiang Hai still dared to say such things, Li Zhihao also went crazy. He went up and punched Jiang Hai's face. With this punch, everyone in the room, except for Jiang Hai, stood up, especially Pra Walton. He dared to hit Jiang Hai in front of her. She thought that this guy didn't want to stay in the United States anymore. However, before she said anything, Jiang Hai waved his hand and stopped him. He touched his cheek. What a joke. His physical fitness was 4 times that of an ordinary person. Li Zhihao's punch was almost like scratching an itch. Hey, you hit me. Touching his face, Jiang Hai stood up. With a height of more than 1.9 meters, he looked at Li Zhihao condescendingly, but his eyes were full of ridicule. Seeing that Jiang Hai still dared to be so arrogant, Li Zhihao also stared back. I not only dare to hit you, I also dare to kill. Looking at Jiang Hai, he said word by word, but unfortunately, before he finished speaking, Jiang Hai instantly backhanded him. With a loud bang, a backhand slapped heavily on his cheek. After Li Zhihao was slapped 720 degrees in the air, he fell heavily to the ground. At the moment of landing, before his brain could react, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Don't get me wrong, this was not an internal injury. Jiang Hai just had a strong physical fitness. He didn't know how to use force to hit. His slap directly knocked out a few of this guy's big teeth. The white fragments that were spat out with the blood were these teeth. Looking at Li Zhihao, who was lying on the ground and completely stunned, Jiang Hai would not let him go easily. He pulled the corner of his mouth and quickly walked over, but Li Zhihao didn't come alone. He still had 3 bodyguards. When they saw the conflict between Li Zhihao and Jiang Hai, they were already on guard. When Li Zhihao hit Jiang Hai, they would definitely not help. If they saw that Jiang Hai had any intention of fighting back, it would be time for them to take action. Unfortunately, Jiang Hai moved too fast. They didn't see what was going on at all, and Li Zhihao was already lying on the ground. Seeing that Jiang Hai was still not going to let Li Zhihao go, these people, under the command of a middle-aged man, instantly rushed towards Jiang Hai. However, they just took a step and forced themselves to stop there. Let's see who dares to move. The one who spoke was Du Feimin, because at this time, the bodyguards behind Du Feimin instantly pulled out their guns. It was originally a very simple thing for bodyguards to carry guns, but in the VIP room of Caesar Palace, bodyguards were not allowed to carry guns. This was the most basic rule, but there were always exceptions. Rules were created to be broken. Du Feimin was not an ordinary Middle Eastern local tyrant. He was the royal family of Dubai, and he had the right to not trust the people in Caesar Palace. If he lost a hair here, it would easily cause a diplomatic dispute. All Americans knew what kind of people the United States was. If there was a dispute between Caesar Palace and the royal family of Dubai, the higher-ups would probably give up on them. They didn't even need to hold a meeting. Therefore, if these royal families and princes came here to play, they would use their own bodyguards, and they were also allowed to carry guns. Of course, if something happened, these royal families and princes would pay for it themselves. Although they knew that Du Feynman was unlikely to shoot, these bodyguards couldn't afford to gamble. What if he shot? They didn't dare to kill Li Zhihao, but if they killed them, although there would be trouble, it shouldn't be difficult to settle. There was no shortage of heroes in this world, but they really didn't think that they would be so stupid to rush up and be killed. At this time, Jiang Hai had already walked to Li Zhihao's side and bent down to look at him on the ground. At this time, Li Zhihao shook his head and was more or less awake. When he raised his head and saw Jiang Hai, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes, followed by great resentment. He couldn't help but spit a mouthful of bloody phlegm on the ground. Looking at Jiang Hai, this guy was still angry and shouted loudly, "Let me tell you, if you dare to hit me, you're dead. You're declaring war on the Samsung Lee family of South Korea. You're destined to die a horrible death." However, what greeted him was Jiang Hai's smiling face. He continued as if he didn't hear him, "It seems that I have to go to South Korea when I have time. Now that I see you, I think of your mother again. That old fox's skills are really good. I heard that you have a younger sister. I haven't played with mother and daughter yet. When the time comes, I must give it a try. You beast." Hearing that Jiang Hai dared to insult his mother and sister in front of him, although his mother had divorced his father, he couldn't tolerate it. He forced himself to get up and swung his fist at Jiang Hai again. Jiang Hai was still punched in the mouth, but other than leaving a bloody mark, there was nothing else. Seeing this scene, Jiang Hai instantly raised his foot. Li Zhihao flew out and directly hit the wall behind him. This time, Jiang Hai couldn't play with him because he hit the wall too hard and directly fainted. However, Jiang Hai estimated that this kick of his would make Li Zhihao lie in the hospital for at least 10 days to half a month. You dare to be so arrogant with this little skill? If it weren't for my soft-heartedness, you would have been beaten to death. He walked in front of Li Zhihao. As they said, Jiang Hai didn't dare to really kill him. If he killed him, it would be a diplomatic dispute. Although Jiang Hai deliberately let him make the first move and it was caught by the camera, this was considered a legitimate defense. However, if his defense was excessive and he accidentally killed someone, with his current ability, there would still be some trouble. Hey, you are still soft-heartedness. Shameless, but I like your character very much. Let's go. Since the bet is not established, and you have no intention to get involved, then let's go eat. After eating, we will watch the competition. However, I feel that you should be stronger than those who fight in the UFC. TSK, really good. Seeing Jiang Hai stand up again and walk back, Du Feynman also smiled and signaled his bodyguards to put away their guns. The 3 bodyguards on the other side knew that they couldn't take revenge today. After glancing at Jiang Hai and Du Feynman, they quickly helped Li Zhihao and ran out of the private room. Although Jiang Hai had a sense of propriety, nothing must happen to the Samsung Crown Prince. After leaving Caesar's palace, everyone drove directly to the nearby hospital. As for Jiang Hai, he followed Du Feynman and Pra Walton to the restaurant here. The steak in the restaurant was also from Jiang Hai's manor, but they bought it from Pra Walton. The taste was still very good, especially for Du Feynman. It was really different every time he ate it. After dinner, Du Feynman, Jiang Hai, and Pra Walton went to the hall over there, ready to watch the UFC. Chapter 5:19. Is this fun to watch? Walking into the hall, after Jiang Hai and Du Feimin sat in the front row, Jiang Hai asked Du Feimin next to him. To be honest, this was the first time he came to watch this thing, so he really didn't understand it. If you like to watch ground fighting, then it's quite interesting. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Du Feimin said with a smile. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai also looked at the hall in front of him. The hall they were in at this time was really not small. In addition to an octagonal iron cage in the middle, chairs and other things were placed not far from the periphery. There were many seats, but to be honest, there were a lot of people who came to watch. According to Du Feimin's introduction, this thing was just like boxing. If it wasn't a boxing championship or a focused battle, there wouldn't be many people who would buy tickets to watch it. He just happened to be in time, so he came to take a look. But even so, the ticket price for their first row was $1,600. Hearing this price, Jiang Hai couldn't help but secretly click his tongue. These people really dared to ask for money. They even dared to charge so much for a broken chair. In fact, Jiang Hai was not ignorant about the UFC. At least before he came, he deliberately looked it up. The full name of the UFC was Ultimate Fighting Championship. It was a new type of fighting competition. In Chinese, it is the Ultimate Fighting Championship. It is currently the world's top and largest professional MMA event. This fighting competition was established for a very short time. It was just established in 1993, and its headquarters were in Las Vegas. The concept of this fighting competition was inherited from Bruce Lee's fighting philosophy, but the Real Foundation was the representative family of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, the Gracie family. However, they were no longer the only big family. Among them, Muay Thai, Karate, Jiu-Jitsu, boxing, wrestling, kickboxing, and other fighting events were also introduced into the competition. It could be said that this competition was the most unruly competition. Aside from headbutting, gouging eyes, pulling hair, stuffing hands or feet into the opponent's mouth, biting, kicking vitals, picking nostrils and ears, twisting fingers, striking vertically downward with the tip of the elbow, such as jumping up and striking the opponent's head with the tip of the elbow, attacking the spine and the back of the head, attacking the opponent's kidneys with the heel, grabbing the throat, grabbing the collarbone, and kicking the opponent's head when they are down. Other actions were allowed. Of course, taunting, spitting at the opponent, or insulting the opponent was not allowed. After all, this was graduation. The ones fighting were athletes, not ordinary hooligans. It could be said that they had the least number of rules among all the fighting competitions. However, because it was not an Olympic event, Huaxia itself did not place much importance on this kind of gambling competition. It was precisely because of this that Huaxia Kung Fu, which was known as one of the 4 major fighting techniques in the world, did not have much of a reputation on this stage. No Chinese were willing to fight, so there were not many Chinese people who came to watch. This thing was different from the WWE. Although the WWE was fake, there was one thing that was different. They had a storyline. Watching this thing was like watching a TV series, so it could attract a large number of fans in China. In the future, if they acted in TV series or movies, it would not be too sudden. After all, there was Dwayne Johnson. However, the UFC was different. This competition was very popular in Europe and the United States, but almost no one cared about this competition in China. However, as more and more people in Huaxia began to pay attention to the lethality of martial arts, some people entered this competition. The most famous one was Grassland Wolf Zhang Taekwon. His fighting strength was quite good, but because of the limitation of his body size, his results were not good. Therefore, although his record was not bad, it was not particularly good. However, with his participation, some people from Huaxia also joined this organization. According to Du Feimin's introduction, the people who competed here would not earn less than ordinary boxers. Of course, this referred to the people in the middle and lower levels. The top level of boxing was the world's largest gambling event. For people like Zhang Taekwon, the appearance fee for a competition was 100,000 euros, not including the prize money for winning. If they won all 4 fights in a year, their annual income would easily exceed 600,000 euros. If they fought in a focused fight or a belt defense fight, they would earn more, and there would also be a TV commission. However, if you were to compare yourself with Mayweather and the others, you would still be far behind them. After all, they could earn hundreds of millions of dollars just by fighting once a year. That was no joke. And that didn't even include the endorsements. What kind of nonsense was that? However, although these people had some fame in the UFC and some fans abroad, there were still too few people in China who knew them. Even some third-rate stars were more famous than them. Today's UFC fight was just an ordinary fight night. It wasn't a championship fight. While Jiang Hai and Du Feimin were chatting, the match had unknowingly started. The first fight of the day was a light heavyweight fight. The two sides were a white man named Misa, and a black man named Daniel Jolin. This was the first time that Jiang Hai had seen such a fight. However, it was obvious that Daniel was better at boxing and standing attacks, while Misa was better at fighting on the ground. And that was the truth. After the first round began, the two of them started fighting. It was important to note that UFC fights were basically only 3 rounds, and each round was 5 minutes long. As long as the referee did not stop the fight, the two fighters could continue to attack. This was also the most popular attraction here. This person called Misa wasn't weak at all. However, he was indeed no match for Daniel when he was standing and attacking. But when the two of them fell to the ground, the situation instantly changed. Daniel struggled to break free from Misa's ground combat, but he was careless and once again fell to the ground. Misa was lying on Daniel's body, and his fists were like raindrops, falling on Daniel's face. At first, Daniel was still defending, but these people were very good at short-range attacks. After a few blows, Daniel was already stunned. The referee immediately stepped forward to stop the fight. TKO meant that the referee determined that the fight could not continue. It was also a type of KO, but it was not as obvious as a KO. As the referee stopped the fight, Misa was also victorious. Looking at the fight in front of him, Du Feimin was very excited, but Jiang Hai frowned slightly. He did not care much about this kind of fight. This might have something to do with the tyrannical gene in his heart. He did not like to fight on the ground. Indeed, if he wanted to, the average person would not have the chance to fight on the ground. He could go up and beat the opponent directly. This was his strength. So after watching 2 fights, Jiang Hai was a little bored. He asked Du Feimin, "Where is the thing I want?" Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Du Feimin turned his head and looked at Jiang Hai. Seeing that Jiang Hai did not seem to be interested in the fight, Du Feimin shrugged helplessly. "Are you that anxious?" "Yes, there is nothing to watch. If these 2 people fight together, I can beat them in a minute." Hearing Du Feimin's words, Jiang Hai shrugged and said indifferently. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Du Feimin could not help but be speechless. Sports competitions were like this. Why did people like to watch them? First, because sports competitions were very hot-blooded, known as the battlefield of the peaceful era. Second, it was because these were things that people wanted to do, but could not do. Ordinary people attached their own wishes to these athletes. Watching them compete, they reminisced about their dreams. This was why sports competitions were so attractive. However, if a person's strength surpassed the level of these people, they would not have the leisure to watch. Sometimes, they might be bored and turn on the TV to watch, but most of the time, they would not pay attention to it. Take Jiang Hai for example. He used to like playing basketball, but when he found out that he was better than anyone, he lost interest in it, including the UFC fight in front of him. Well, your life is really boring. After hearing Jiang Hai's words, Du Feimin shrugged gently. Then, he took a safe from the bodyguard next to him and stuffed it into Jiang Hai's arms. After Jiang Hai took the safe, he also checked the things inside. It was indeed what he wanted, the oil futures transfer contract. The style, paper, and even the words on it were exactly the same as the two in his hands. The only difference was the number. The original 400 million, 600 million, now became 1 billion. Seeing that the numbers were all correct, Jiang Hai closed the safe with a smile. Then, he took out a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Du Feimin. After taking the paper, Du Feimin glanced at it. It was the transfer contract of the jewelry that Jiang Hai stored in Miami. This time, the two of them did not owe each other anything. Du Feimin, I'm a little confused. You are a very smart person, but why would you let me take advantage of this? Since the contract was in his hands, Jiang Hai would not hand it over again. But at this time, he was a little confused. Why would Du Feimin let him take advantage of this? He did not understand. After all, these two things were not equal. I have two reasons. First, I really want this batch of jewelry to be useful. You also know that we don't have much oil in Dubai, so we need to make money from other sources. Tourism has always been our top priority, but there are many rich people who are willing to come here to play, but there are too few who are willing to settle here. Moreover, we don't have any famous tourist attractions in Dubai other than the sailing hotel. Originally, I was worried about how to continue developing, but this batch of antiques and jewelry that you brought suddenly gave me a burst of inspiration. If I put a sunken ship full of antiques and jewelry in our bay, do you think there will be fewer people willing to come here to play? Looking at Jiang Hai, Du Feimin explained to Jiang Hai with a smile. Chapter 520. That's also true. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but open his mouth. It was really difficult for him to understand the world of the rich. Spending $1 billion to get these jewels from the sea and then throwing them back into the sea. Using this to attract tourists to dive and play, well, Jiang Hai didn't know if it was right or wrong, but it was indeed a good project. If he went to Dubai, and someone told him that there was a sunken ship full of real treasure at the mouth of the bay, and that he could sneak in for $100, he would probably go too. In that case, Dubai had an annual traffic of about 70 million people, according to the airport statistics. If 1 out of 10 people went to play, that would be 7 million people. If each person paid $100, that would be $700 million. If he could make $700 million in 1 year, he would be profitable in 2 years. Of course, this was all a matter of course. If only 1 out of 100 people went, there wouldn't be that many people. But ships didn't cost much. If they broke, they could be replaced at any time. The jewels wouldn't break either. This was a way to make money with almost no cost. The only person in the world who could easily collect a large number of antiques and real jewels at a low price seemed to be Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai believed in his first idea because it was really a way to make money. Jiang Hai even wondered if he could learn from Winthrop and get a sunken ship or a warship. The United States didn't have a lot of other things, but there were plenty of warships. After all, warships needed to be maintained and replaced. During World War II, the United States launched many ships in a month and used numbers to flatten the Pacific Fleet of Japan. After the end of World War II, nuclear power became the new power source. Too many ships with conventional power had reached the age of retirement. Most of them were thrown to coastal cities. Some with a sense of history were turned into museums, such as the one Jiang Hai saw in Boston. Some ordinary ships were either melted down or abandoned. These ships were very cheap. A destroyer could be bought for hundreds of thousands of dollars. After all, those were all scrap iron, but if these scrap iron were to be brought to Winthrop, it would be a perfect tourist attraction. It wasn't easy to come into contact with a warship in China, but here, if they could visit it for $1, many people would be willing to spend the money. On the other hand, diving, catching fish, and searching for treasure, $100 was simply a good price. Well, I almost believed you, but what's the second reason? After thinking for a while, Jiang Hai turned his head and looked at Du Feynman beside him and continued to ask him. Hearing Jiang Hai's second reason, Du Feynman smiled. I remember you said that you invited me to your manor as a guest. Then let's go tomorrow. I'll tell you later. Looking at Jiang Hai, Du Feynman said to Jiang Hai with a smile. Hearing Du Feynman's words, Jiang Hai was stunned. Originally, he had invited Du Feynman over just to be polite. However, he didn't expect that Du Feynman would really come. Moreover, it seemed that Du Feynman was interested in his manner. Okay. Although curious about why Du Feynman wanted to come, Jiang Hai still nodded and agreed. That's really great. After we watch the game, I'll set up a team here. We can have some fun, and then leave together tomorrow morning. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Du Feynman looked at Jiang Hai with a gaze that all men understood, and then smiled slyly. Jiang Hai was just about to agree, but Pra Walton, who had been sitting beside him, kicked him lightly. Looking at Pra Walton, who was sitting upright, Jiang Hai really didn't expect that she had been listening to their conversation. However, Jiang Hai didn't care. Since she was here, he didn't mind letting her know some details. This might not be possible. I'll come to you tomorrow morning. I have a date with a beautiful woman tonight. After Jiang Hai finished speaking, he tilted his head and looked at Pra Walton. This made Du Feynman slap his forehead, as if he just remembered her. Jiang, you're a lucky guy. The Walton family is just like the Abu Dhabi consortium in our world. Although they keep a low profile, their strength is unimaginable. If you really want to be with Miss Pra Walton, whether it's a blessing or a blessing, you have to decide for yourself. Du Feynman shrugged at Jiang Hai and said to him with a smile. Hearing Du Feynman's words, Jiang Hai also touched his nose. Indeed, he also knew that Du Feynman was doing this for his own good, but between him and Pra Walton, there were some inexplicable feelings. But he was also very clear that between him and her, there shouldn't be too much of a connection. After all, the concepts and thoughts of the two were completely different. They might really be together because they needed each other. After chatting with Du Feynman for a while, before the game was over, Jiang Hai had already left with Pra Walton. After locking the box into the compartment of the car, Jiang Hai and Pra Walton drove back to the Walton Manor. Looking at Jiang Hai in front of her, Pra Walton hesitated for a moment and said to him, Jiang, I don't know if you will believe me. This Du Feynman is not as simple as he looks. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai, who was driving, also smiled. Sure enough, she heard the conversation between them. I know, I have never thought of him as simple. Nodding, Jiang Hai was very sure that he would not underestimate Du Feynman. Although this guy usually pretended to be stupid, in fact, Jiang Hai never knew what this guy was thinking. But he only knew that this guy didn't like to use his brain, so he was a little stupid. In his eyes, people all over the world were a little stupid, but this guy was pushed out by the Dubai royal family to become the spokesperson of Dubai. This meant that this person was definitely one of the smartest people in the Dubai royal family. If you treated these royal family and these people as fools, it was possible that in the end, he would swallow you whole. It's good that you think so. I'm just reminding you. Seeing that Jiang Hai's words didn't seem to be perfunctory, Prawalton didn't continue to speak. She also didn't ask Jiang Hai what he got, nor did she ask Jiang Hai what he paid. He had to admit that this woman, who knew when to advance and retreat, was really smart. At least, she understood people's hearts better than Jiang Hai. If it were him, he probably wouldn't be able to hold back his curiosity and ask. But sometimes, when this question was asked, it would cause a rift. Moreover, he and Prawalton weren't that familiar with each other. Then Prawalton took the initiative to change the topic, starting with the night scene of Atlantic City. Yes, it was already night. Speaking of Jiang Hai's beef, Jiang Hai also said that he also raised sheep and donkeys, which were all excellent breeds of Huaxia. This made Prawalton a little curious. She wanted to taste the Huaxia protected breeds that Jiang Hai mentioned. The only pity was that these protected breeds couldn't be promoted, and only Jiang Hai ate them. The two talked as they drove. Not long after, the car had already stopped in front of Prawalton's villa. After the car stopped, Isabel Roland was already standing respectfully in front of the car, wearing a set of official's uniform. She took Jiang Hai and Prawalton, and then led the two into the villa. As soon as they walked through the door, Jiang Hai heard a burst of voices in the villa's hall. Although they were speaking English and their accent was a little strange, Jiang Hai could hear that there were about 20 women's voices. He couldn't help but look at Prawalton beside him. Prawalton just smiled and didn't say anything. She continued to lead Jiang Hai in. When the three of them walked into the hall, Jiang Hai saw that there were more than 20 women in the hall at this time. However, those 20-plus girls were all of Asian descent. Their appearances were more or less the same. They had large cartoon-like eyes, sharp chins, high noses, long straight hair, slender necks and beautiful collarbones. Furthermore, even though they were wearing clothes, their clothes were very simple and unadorned. Their deep cleavage, small waists and long white legs were exposed. Among them, the most eye-catching feature was Cheryl Lee's slightly round face. As for the rest of the women, to be honest, Jiang Hai thought that they were all about the same. What's this situation? Looking at the group of women in front of him, Jiang Hai was a little confused. Why did she call him back so anxiously for this? He looked at Prawalton. What is this little girl trying to do? Didn't you say that you haven't tasted these Korean girls yet? Today, I'll let you have a good taste. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Prawalton slowly walked behind Jiang Hai. She wrapped her arms around Jiang Hai's waist and looked at him. Hey, this is a bit too much. Looking at the women in front of him, Jiang Hai felt his scalp go numb. Is she trying to kill me? He was already feeling a little powerless when it came to fighting 1 against 6, let alone 20. What kind of joke is this? These women were all specially found by Cheryl. I heard that they were all streamers in South Korea. They have sweet voices, good figures, and can even dance. This is a gift that I've meticulously prepared for you. Don't be a killjoy. Let's see where your limit is. Alright, ladies, I believe Cheryl has already told you the purpose of your visit today. Let's move. Following Prawalton's order, the women in front of her quickly made their battle preparations. Hey! At this time, Jiang Hai was still not ready. Just as he said that, the women had already pounced on him. Chapter 521. Hiss, aw. The next morning, when Jiang Hai walked out of Prawalton's manor, he actually couldn't walk properly. In northeastern terms, he was having a hard time walking. Looking back at the villa, Jiang Hai sighed. Last night's experience was indeed not bad. But if he did it a few more times, he probably wouldn't be far from the middle of his lifespan. Those southern Korean girls were more than a little crazy. At first, someone even asked him if he wanted to wear a raincoat, and Prawalton said, "Whoever gets pregnant with Jiang Hai's child will be rewarded with $10 million. In an instant, the girls went crazy. They used any part of their bodies to help Jiang Hai. This was indeed a feeling that Jiang Hai had never experienced before. These Southern Galley girls were indeed in good shape. Although they all looked about the same, to be honest, they were very much in line with the current aesthetic standards. They had big eyes, sharp chins, high noses, small mouths, white and tender skin, and their somewhat unscientific upper body and waist. It was really a little surprising. According to them, their waist only had this effect after they lost 2 ribs. As for the rest, it would depend on training and the like. Just as Prawalton said, Jiang Hai was just fighting with them, not marrying them. In the past, Jiang Hai always felt that girls like this were no different from high-end blow-up dolls. But then he thought about it. High-end dolls would cost around 80 to 100,000 in China. He might not even be able to spend that much on a wife. Of course, if he met some weird people who wanted a house, a car, or a RV, that would be another matter. But basically, many families didn't sell girls. Since the conditions of the 2 families were similar, it was basically a 50-50 split. There wasn't much to pay attention to. Most importantly, a wife who spent so much money to marry really wasn't as good-looking as them. But that night, Jiang Hai was almost done for. He didn't sleep at all. Since he came back last night, he had been free until now. He limped to his car, started the engine, and left helplessly. "Miss, are you going to let her go just like that?" At this time, in a room on the 2nd floor, Isabel Roland slowly walked to Prawalton, who was standing by the window and watching Jiang Hai leave, and asked her. "He's destined not to belong to me. Perhaps it's better for us to just have these crazy memories." Through the gap between the curtains, Prawalton watched Jiang Hai's car driving away without any expression on his face. "Miss." Hearing Prawalton's words, Isabel Roland couldn't help but sigh, and then hugged Prawalton from behind. She did this to let Prawalton feel her presence. Prawalton gently patted her on the arm. She had already felt what she wanted to express, Jiang Hai. Jumping over Prawalton's body, Isabel also looked at Jiang Hai's car in the distance. Isabel didn't know how to feel about the person who took away her body, but she knew that this feeling made her feel a little reluctant when she watched Jiang Hai leave. But when she thought of Jiang Hai, she felt a little sweet in her heart. At this time, Jiang Hai didn't know that 2 women were watching him leave. After leaving the manor, he went to the Caesar Palace he went to yesterday. Because he had already made an appointment with Du Feynman, he would be a guest in his manor today. Of course, the so-called guest was probably just looking around. Although Jiang Hai didn't know his pulse, if he wanted to see, Jiang Hai would not refuse. Of course, if he was interested in his manner, no matter who he was, Jiang Hai would slap him away. What a joke, that was something he would never sell. There was no one else. "Mr. Jiang Hai, you are here." When Jiang Hai arrived at the Caesar Palace, the person who saw him yesterday was already waiting for him at the door. When he saw Jiang Hai coming down, he quickly greeted him and said respectfully, "Didn't you say you were going to my place today? Where's Du Feynman?" After getting out of the car, Jiang Hai asked this person curiously. "Vroom vroom vroom." But before this person answered, Jiang Hai suddenly heard a deafening roar. Then, a silver-white light flashed from the underground parking lot of the Caesar Palace. In the next second, a rather avant-garde sports car with a metallic feel and personality appeared in front of him. The whole car was silver-white, and the whole car presented another kind of streamline. The front of the car was made into a W shape. In addition to the prominent driver's seat, there were 2 front tires on both sides of the car. There was only one driver's seat in the car. The driver's seat was made of transparent orange glass, and there was only one seat in the driver's seat. Du Feimin, whom Jiang Hai just asked, was sitting in this seat at this time. After arriving in front of Jiang Hai, he gently drifted and parked the car side by side beside Jiang Hai. Then, he opened the car's, lid. Well, Jiang Hai didn't know how to describe it. It was like a car's skylight, but the whole driver's seat was made of glass, so when it was opened, the car instantly became a convertible. Hey, Jiang Hai, you're too late. Looking at Jiang Hai, Du Feimin said with a smug face. Your timing is quite accurate. Knowing that I'm here, you deliberately came over to show off. TSK, to be honest, your car is really good. Looking at Du Feimin, Jiang Hai also smiled, then touched his chin. Looking at this car, it's really cool. This is Lamborghini's concept car, Lamborghini Egoista. This is Italian, which means selfish. This car has 600 horsepower and a 5.2 LV10 engine. In order to get this thing, I spent a lot of effort, but fortunately, this thing is quite cool. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Du Feimin also smiled and said. It was obvious that he was also very satisfied with this car. TSK, this car is really good, but there's no way to carry people. You've been driving this car by yourself. Walking around the car, Jiang Hai nodded. It was indeed very good. He heard that the Dubai tycoons were obsessed with Lamborghini, causing the people in China to like this car very much. In the past, Jiang Hai didn't like this big bull very much. Compared to bulls and horses, he preferred tridents and the like. But now, it seemed that this big bull was better than other sports cars for a reason. Hey, driving this car is my little baby. By the way, how's the road at your place? Is it okay to drive this car? Although he wanted to show off, Du Feimin still said happily. No problem, I've flattened it. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai replied with a smile, then sat on his shield. Originally, the road in Winthrop wasn't very good. Of course, it wasn't too bad either. It was basically similar to the first-line roads in China. It was inevitable that there would be some bumps when driving, but ordinary cars would have no problem at all. Sports cars wouldn't have a big problem, but supercars would be more or less troublesome. However, since Jiang Hai was attacked and Winthrop was expanded, Jiang Hai and the town jointly funded the repair of this road. Now the road in front of Jiang Hai's house was much smoother, and there would be no problem for anyone to drive on it. Seeing Jiang Hai start the engine and drive away, Du Feimin also stepped on the accelerator and followed Jiang Hai. After he left, 2 Rolls-Royces, which were the ones in Jiang Hai's house, followed closely behind. A nouveau riche was indeed a nouveau riche. He drove a supercar, and his bodyguards also drove an RV. He was really rich. Because Du Feimin was in the front this time, and he also paid the fine for Jiang Hai for speeding along the way, Jiang Hai drove very fast. His shield naturally couldn't be compared to a supercar. Compared to an ordinary sports car, his shield was much slower. After all, this car was bulletproof. With such a thick steel plate on the car, how could it run so fast? So even if he ran as fast as he couldn't reach 200 kilometers per hour. But it wasn't a problem to maintain 150 or 60 kilometers per hour. It took Jiang Hai nearly a day to drive here, but it only took him more than 5 hours to go back. At around 2:00 in the afternoon, he had already arrived at the airport in Boston. In about half an hour, he could go home. He deliberately called home at this time. After all, Du Feimin was a member of the royal family. It was impossible for him to not eat a meal when he came here. And his bodyguards, it was impossible for Jiang Hai to let them starve, right? At this time, preparing lunch was the best choice. After Jiang Hai called, Xiaoye came out of the room and began to prepare a rich lunch. Daliana, Marian, and Bernice were there to help. While they were preparing, Jiang Hai and the others had unknowingly arrived in front of his manor. However, when Jiang Hai drove to the front of the manor, he was stunned for a moment. It was because he didn't know when, but there were a lot of people standing outside the gate of his manor. Looking at these people who had the same skin color as him, Jiang Hai was a little puzzled. Du Feimin was even more puzzled. He stopped the car far away. His identity made him have to be careful. The two Rolls-Royces behind him also stopped there. Seeing Du Feimin stop, Jiang Hai drove to the front of the gate. Looking at these people in front of him, he was a little puzzled. These people weren't here before he left. What were they doing now? Were these people tourists? Are you also here to buy seafood? Go to the back and line up. There are people here who want to buy seafood. Seeing that Jiang Hai actually went directly to the gate, although many people here didn't recognize Jiang Hai's car logo, it didn't prevent them from knowing that this car was definitely valuable. It wasn't hard to imagine why a rich person would come here. Immediately, someone in the front of the line shouted at Jiang Hai. Chapter 522. Are you here to buy seafood? Hearing their words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and then asked curiously. Of course, aren't you? Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the people here said confidently. As Winthrop became more and more popular, Jiang Hai's seafood was second to none in the eyes of all the tourists in Winthrop. Even in the eyes of the Americans, the price of the seafood Jiang Hai sold was acceptable. Of course, they weren't referring to the abalones, sea cucumbers, and the like. They didn't eat these things. They were referring to the lobsters. In Jiang Hai's manor, a 30-pound lobster was only sold for $3,000. Generally, the price of $3,000 could be bought from fishing companies, but they couldn't buy it so cheaply. Basically, such a heavy lobster was sold for $3,600 to $4,000. Jiang Hai's lobster was sold for $3,000, and they could still afford it. It was precisely because of the addition of these locals that the tourists felt uncomfortable. Originally, Jiang Hai only sold the lobsters to them, and they didn't care very much. They thought that they were taking care of Jiang Hai's business. The quality of people was not the same. The lobster was sold for $100,000 in China, but it was sold for $18,000 here. They still felt that Jiang Hai was taking advantage of them. Gradually, some people began to nitpick. His was too big, his was too small, his meat was not too solid, the price was too expensive, and the things he matched were not to his liking, etc. There was no other way. There were all kinds of people in this world, so they either had to swallow their anger or fight back. Fortunately, this was Jiang Hai's character, and Edward Anderson also inherited his character. Edward Anderson also told Jiang Hai about these things. Jiang Hai's meaning was that this was the price, and it was up to them to buy it or not. In fact, after Jiang Hai's tough fight, some people did not buy it, but most people still bought it. Those who did not want to buy could only look at them angrily. Without their money, Jiang Hai would not go bankrupt. However, it was precisely because of these people that Jiang Hai and the others did not accept reservations. Every day, they would grab some and walk around the city. If someone wanted to buy it, they would sell it. If no one wanted to buy it, they would take it back to eat it. Anyway, they did not lack these things. Moreover, Jiang Hai liked to eat it very much. They were not afraid of these things being left behind. But this time, there were foreigners who came to buy it. Many tourists panicked. This was because Edward Anderson's team could only catch a limited number of lobsters every day. Even if they got up early in the morning to catch lobsters, Edward Anderson's team only had 5 people in total. Among them, Marlon Rupert had to fly the plane to patrol, so there were only 4 people left. These 4 people mainly had to monitor the growth of the fish. Excluding lunch and rest time, they only had about 1 hour a day. About 2 hours were used to catch lobsters. How much could they catch? If they caught it casually, it would be a lot. However, it would take some time to find lobsters that were more than 15 kilograms. The number of lobsters they caught every day was about 10. Originally, it was only for tourists. There would even be leftovers. However, now that the local and American tourists came to buy it, the Huaxia tourists did not have enough to eat. If it was just lobsters, it would be fine. The problem was that abalones, sea cucumbers, Arctic shrimps, shellfish, and so on were all caught by Edward Anderson's team. The number was also limited. Jiang Hai's team, the seller's market, was not anxious, but the buyer's market was going crazy. It was precisely because of this that on the second day after Jiang Hai left, there were already some foodies waiting at Jiang Hai's place. At present, it was already the 3rd day they waited here. When they saw Jiang Hai's car suddenly drive over, these people had some common enemies. Oh, then wait for a while. It will probably take some time for them to get the seafood out. I have to go in first. This is my home. Seeing that these people were here to take care of his business, Jiang Hai nodded and said to these people. Then, under these people's disbelieving gazes, Jiang Hai opened the door and motioned for Du Feimin's team to go in. They did not recognize Jiang Hai's car, but they recognized the Rolls-Royce and the strange-looking sports car in front. Although it looked strange, they also knew that a sports car like this was definitely not cheap. Hey, brother, can we go in and take a look? After seeing the motorcade go in, Jiang Hai's car was also about to go in. At this time, the person in the first row immediately waved his hand and said to Jiang Hai. He was indeed a tourist. Now, the legend of Jiang Hai was being spread everywhere in Winthrop. He was a little confused and did not pay attention. Now, it seemed that the person in front of him was the legendary Jiang Hai. He had heard that Jiang Hai had a lot of good things here. The priceless beef, the golden sea stall, the only forest nearby, and the seabed full of coral reefs and fish. In the words of Winthrop people, Jiang Hai's place was simply a fairy tale world. However, this was a private manor and was not open to the public. They could not enter even if they wanted to. Now that they finally saw Jiang Hai, they had to ask him properly. They couldn't have not been to the best place. Not today, I have a guest. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai closed the door and drove into the manor. Seeing that Jiang Hai rejected his request, the person could not help but twitch his mouth. However, he did not speak. A few young people behind him had already walked away with jealousy. What's there to be arrogant about? He's just a country bumpkin. He can't survive in China, so he came to the United States to act like a big shot. We are his guests. Don't you know that guests are gods? He's so arrogant. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have bought his seafood. That's right. This guy is just a playboy. If he was in China, he wouldn't have survived more than 3 episodes. Tisk, how many people can he afford to offend people who can afford to eat his lobster? There are really all kinds of birds in the forest. Eating his lobster is already an honor for him, but he's still so arrogant. This manor will be gone sooner or later. Listening to the jealous words of the people behind, the person in front couldn't help but laugh. In fact, he was also a little jealous in his heart. After all, Jiang Hai was actually about the same age as them. However, Jiang Hai's style at this time was not something these people could compare to. Whether it was money, status, fame, or the friends he made, Jiang Hai's style was not something they could compare to. He was the closest just now, and he saw it the most clearly. The person driving the sports car, if there was no accident, should be the legendary Middle Eastern nouveau riche. He did have the capital to be arrogant. Moreover, Jiang Hai was not wrong. He didn't know them. Why would he let them into his private manor to play? If it were him, he wouldn't be willing either. All right, you youngsters, you're too straightforward. Don't you know how much power this Jiang Hai has in the local area? If you whisper here later and are heard by others, I guess you will never be able to buy his seafood. If you don't want to eat, there is a car over there. You can go back directly. At this moment, a man in his 50s said in a low voice. Hearing this man's words, the people in the line became silent at once. Leave now. They were unwilling. Those who hadn't tasted Jiang Hai's seafood before were more confused and curious. They had never eaten it before, but they also wanted to try it. However, after tasting it, they would know what was called delicious in the world. Compared with the things in Jiang Hai's manor, everything else was rubbish. It didn't require too many complicated cooking methods to make the food they bought delicious. This was the reason why they came here. Sometimes, people were really realistic. After hearing this middle-aged man's words, although these people secretly whispered a few words, none of them left. They were still waiting for Edward Anderson to appear. At this time, Jiang Hai didn't know about this. He had already arrived in front of his villa with Du Feimin. Although Du Feimin's bodyguards got out of the car, they didn't enter the villa. Only Jiang Hai and Du Feimin entered. When they walked in, the fragrance of the food had already entered their noses. Hey! Jiang Hai is back. This is Mr. Du Feimin Vihar Muhammad bin Rashid Al Maktoum. My name is Bernice. I'm Jiang Hai's friend. Seeing Jiang Hai and Du Feimin walk in, Bernice, who was originally busy, came out with a plate of food. After putting it on the table, she introduced herself to Du Feimin. Wow, beautiful lady from the East. Nice to meet you. Since you are Jiang Hai's friend, then you are also my friend. My friends all call me Du Feimin. You can also call me by this name. Of course, if you call me by my full name, I won't mind, ha. After hearing Bernice's introduction, Du Feimin glanced at Jiang Hai and gave him a look of admiration. His meaning was very clear. He didn't expect Jiang Hai to be hiding a beauty in his golden house. A young man and a young woman living in a villa. They weren't related by blood, and there were no obstacles between them. If you said that they had a pure relationship, regardless of whether others believed it or not, Du Feimin definitely wouldn't believe it. However, this time, Du Feimin had to believe it even if he didn't want to, because Jiang Hai and Bernice really didn't have that kind of relationship. You're back. Quickly sit down. There's still a fish left. The steak is ready. At this time, Xiaoye also came out of the kitchen with a pot of braised sirloin. After seeing Jiang Hai and the other two, she smiled and said. When Du Feimin smelled the smell of the pot of beef, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Looking at the pot of beef, he would never forget it. This beef was the kind of beef he had eaten when he was in the Qi family. He didn't expect that Jiang Hai really had this kind of beef here. If this was the case, then his second goal might be achieved soon. Chapter 523. Oh my God, this is the best beef I've ever eaten. Oh, is this cod? Oh my God, is this cod? Is this mutton? Jiang, if you're hiding something. This lobster is amazing both in size and taste. Looking at the table full of delicacies in front of him, Du Feimin really couldn't stop eating with his fork. He kept putting pieces of meat into his mouth, and he didn't even put down his thumb. If he wasn't gesturing to Xiaoya, then he was gesturing to Jiang Hai. Looking at him, De Lian and the others were also very happy. These things belonged to their family, so they were naturally very happy when Du Feimin praised them like this. As the head chef today, Xiaoya's face also showed a trace of a smile, because a guest like Du Feimin was naturally a chef's favorite. Moreover, to be honest, she also knew that her cooking skills weren't bad. Today, in order to entertain Du Feimin, Jiang Hai had prepared a lot of delicious food, and beef was naturally the main dish today. There were 3 types of beef, 2 Huaxia style, and 1 Western style. The Western style was naturally the steak, which was needless to say. After Jiang Hai's beef was fried, there was no need to pour any sauce, just sprinkle some pepper and basil leaves on it, and the taste would come out directly. It was so delicious that it made people's hair stand on end. Black pepper sauce and the like were equally delicious, but it would destroy the original taste of the beef. Taking a bite would be like biting a piece of nature, and if sauce was used, it would only be delicious, but it wouldn't have the original taste. However, after Xiaoya's research, she found that there were a few dishes in Huaxia that could infinitely amplify the natural taste of this kind of beef. One of them was stewed beef brisket. Of course, this wasn't an ordinary stewed beef brisket. Instead, red wine was added to it, which meant that it was an improved version of Burgundy red wine stewed beef. Using red wine instead of water and smearing honey on the meat, the stewed beef had a natural red wine aroma and a slight sweetness of honey. At the same time, the red wine was added, especially the red wine from Jiang Hai's manor, which had a rich and pure taste, so there was no need to add ketchup. Only these things needed to be placed properly, some orange peel and spices were added, and the stewed beef not only had a natural taste, but also had a slight taste, so it naturally tasted better. The other dish was beef, which was the most simple home-cooked dish, stir-fried beef slices. It used onions from Jiang Hai, as well as some xiran and sesame seeds. When frying, one must pay attention to the heat. One must use the heat of the pot to quickly fry the meat, but one must not use the power of the fire to cook the meat. Only Xiaoya knew how to cook the meat. According to the Westerners, these 3 beef dishes were today's main dishes. Of course, these were not the only ones that could be the main dishes. For example, the braised codfish. This codfish was a real Atlantic codfish, although Jiang Hai didn't breed it. However, there were a lot of codfish in the Atlantic Ocean, and the seaweed in Jiang Hai's sea area had a special ability. If ordinary fish swam here, they wouldn't be willing to leave, and it was the same for codfish. In addition to the codfish, there was also the grouper raised by Jiang Hai. This grouper was originally raised by Jiang Hai, and was caught by Edward Anderson. They didn't catch it to kill the fish, but to check the growth of the fish regularly. Usually, after catching the fish with fake bait, they would release the fish. However, this fish was obviously a little greedy, and swallowed it deep. Its intestines were scraped, and it couldn't survive even if it was released. Therefore, it was sent to Jiang Hai as an extra dish. Therefore, although this grouper was raised by Jiang Hai for half a year, and its size wasn't small, it wasn't too big either. It was enough to be sold, but it wasn't at the level that Jiang Hai wanted. Therefore, it was considered a small fry, and it wasn't considered a main dish for Jiang Hai. In addition to the fish and beef, Jiang Hai also got a big lobster. This Boston lobster was 20 kilograms, and if it was sold to a fishing company, it would be worth at least $5,000. However, Jiang Hai killed it for the big boss who gave him $2 billion in oil futures. Of course, there were many lobsters of this size in his farm, and this wasn't the only one. Otherwise, why would Jiang Hai be so generous? He was actually a very stingy person. And most importantly, he caught more than one lobster. The bodyguards outside were also eating big lobsters. Although they weren't as big as Jiang Hai's, they were still about 15 kilograms. They were definitely big guys. Du Feynman didn't eat abalones and sea cucumbers. As for shark fins, Jiang Hai wouldn't deliberately hunt these guys. The longer he stayed at the seaside, the more he felt for these marine creatures. If it wasn't necessary, he wouldn't take the initiative to kill them. The Yangtze River grenadier fish and Chinese bahaba fish had only been raised for more than a month, and it wasn't time to eat them yet. Naturally, Jiang Hai would bring them to the table. Therefore, in addition to these things, the other dishes on the table were the mutton and some vegetables that Jiang Hai brought back from China. The Ujimkin sheep was originally a very good breed of sheep. After eating Jiang Hai's pasture for a month, the quality of the meat was even better. The small hot pot and roasted lamb chops made from its meat made Du Feynman very happy. Jiang Hai and the others enjoyed the meal, and Du Feynman was also very happy. In fact, as a rich man, he had eaten all kinds of delicious food in his life. The culinary skills of those chefs were much better than Xiao Ye's. He could tell that Xiao Ye's culinary skills were good, but compared to the national chefs, it would be considered good if she could give 65 out of 100 points. After all, she was still young. She had talent, but talent hadn't been exchanged for strength yet. But the dishes she made use of the raw power of the dishes to raise the quality of the dishes. This made him value Jiang Hai's ingredients even more. This also confirmed the voice in his heart. After a harmonious dinner, Du Feynman smiled and said to Jiang Hai, "Jiang, there's a saying in Huaxia, walk 100 steps after a meal and you'll live to 99. Since we're done eating, shouldn't we go out for a walk?" Shaking his head, Jiang Hai said to Du Feynman, "No, you missed it. There's a saying in our country, walk 100 steps after a meal and you'll live to 99. Lie on the bed after a meal and you'll live to 208. Lie on the bed and you'll sleep and you'll live to 1,000 years old." Some people like to go out for a walk after dinner. This was considered to be digesting food and losing weight. However, Jiang Hai was actually a very lazy person. He insisted on running every day because of the habit he left behind in the past. In order to make his body not appear too abrupt, he was usually a very lazy person. "Hey, brother, I don't want to live to 1,000 years old. That's too boring. So, as the host, aren't you going to accompany your guest for a walk?" Shrugging helplessly, Du Feynman said to Jiang Hai. It seemed like he had made up his mind to say it. "All right then." Jiang Hai looked at him and nodded. Then, he stood up and followed him along the river to the beach. Of course, when they saw Du Feynman coming out, the bodyguards outside his door also gathered instantly. 10 people followed Du Feynman and Jiang Hai from a distance. They were sure that they couldn't hear the conversation between Du Feynman and Jiang Hai, but they could also rush to their side in a few seconds. This was how the most professional bodyguards did things. If you have something to say, just say it. After walking for about 5 minutes, Jiang Hai looked at the group of people behind him and said to Du Feynman with a chuckle. He didn't believe that this Middle Eastern nouveau riche would only come over to chat with him. "Ha, I don't know if you still remember what I said to you at Caesar's palace last night." Hearing Jiang Hai speak so straightforwardly, Du Feynman didn't beat around the bush and directly said to Jiang Hai. "Which sentence?" Hearing his words, Jiang Hai looked at him with some confusion. When he said this, Du Feynman was stunned. "Cough, you asked me why I wanted to use 1 billion to buy your 900 million worth of jewelry. I said it was one of the reasons, but I didn't say the other one." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Du Feynman glanced at Jiang Hai and said to him seriously. "Oh, then tell me." Hearing him say so, Jiang Hai smiled brightly and asked. "Oh, then go ahead. First of all, the reason I bought your jewelry is indeed to build a boat. That 100 million is actually to express my goodwill to you. Of course, second of all, regardless of whether it succeeds or not, this 100 million is yours. I won't take it back. Looking at Jiang Hai, Du Feimin first stated a premise. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai nodded. If you want it back, I'll calculate it for you. Second, we want your beef. No, to be exact, we want your cow. I know how precious your cow is. We'll spend money to buy it, but I hope it's a live one. Sure enough, after he finished speaking, Du Feimin revealed his true intentions. Jiang Hai knew that these Middle Eastern nouveau riches wouldn't do anything that would cause them to lose money. Originally, he was still thinking, what exactly did these guys see in him? They saw his cow, but they weren't going to rob it, they were going to buy it. Hey, Du Feimin, I might have to disappoint you this time. Shaking his head, Jiang Hai looked at Du Feimin and laughed. Is the price not right? Or are you not going to sell it? Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Du Feimin looked at him with some confusion and asked. Don't ask me for the secret recipe, because I don't know the secret recipe either. I'm only telling you because I think you're a friend. I hired a research team at Boston University to study my cattle, but they couldn't find anything. The next generation they bred was just ordinary Angus cattle, and the cattle that left here will slowly degenerate back to their original state. Most importantly, there were cattle here 10 years ago, but the cattle were just ordinary cattle. You can buy cattle if you want, but you can choose any of the cattle here. I know you have the ability to go through customs, but once you go through customs, it'll just be an ordinary cow. Chapter 524. Looking at Du Feimin, Jiang Hai smiled and talked about the situation in his manner. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Du Feimin couldn't help but be stunned. What's going on? Seeing that Jiang Hai didn't seem to be lying, Du Feimin couldn't help but ponder. Indeed, his main reason for pleasing Jiang Hai was to bring in Jiang Hai's cows. He was a member of the royal family. His heart had always served the royal family of Dubai. Jiang Hai's cows were a money-making ground. If they could really be cultivated successfully, it would be a huge profit. An ordinary cow was sold for $5,000, while Jiang Hai's cows were sold for $150,000. A 30-fold difference was not a joke. Jiang Hai's land was limited. At most, he could raise tens of thousands of cows. But if the royal family of Dubai invested in artificial pastures, how many cows could they raise? 100,000. 500,000. 1 million. If 1 million cows could be raised in a year, how much would it be worth? 150 billion. With this sum of money, Dubai's losses and the recession in tourism would be nothing. But now, Jiang Hai's words extinguished the little flame in his heart. Du Feimin looked at Jiang Hai, wondering if Jiang Hai was bluffing him. However, he could see that Jiang Hai was telling the truth. This pasture, the cows here, and Jiang Hai here. It was a triangular ring. The cattle couldn't leave this place, and Jiang Hai couldn't leave this place. Only with Jiang Hai, the grassland, and the cattle here could such a miraculous breed of cattle appear. Therefore, when he heard Jiang Hai's words, Du Feimin hesitated. If you don't believe me, then you can take a few. Seeing that Du Feimin was still hesitating, Jiang Hai smiled and said to him. He really didn't care because he knew that these people wouldn't be able to research anything. Just like the research team in Boston, that research team had been researching for a long time. In the beginning, when the cows were brought over, they were like Jiang Hai's cows. Marble veins were almost all over their bodies. The cows were abnormally strong, and their fur was smooth and soft. It could be said that they were the best breed of cattle. But after a month, the cows were beaten back to their original form. Although they were still strong, they were at most very strong ordinary Angus cows. These cows were not directly infused with spiritual qi by Jiang Hai. After eating the grass here, the spiritual qi produced by the grass entered their bodies and was stored there. Therefore, they were not like Little Yellow, Little White, and Big Fool, who had the opportunity to evolve. The spiritual qi that was not directly infused with spiritual qi would run away with the passage of time. Therefore, after being slaughtered, there were still marble veins, but they had already returned to the most normal state, about 5%. In that case, the cow wouldn't be able to sell for 150,000 yuan. It would be good if it could be sold for 20,000 yuan. Although they were more expensive than ordinary cows, these cows were not worth the exclamations. After that, Jiang Hai also tested the soil and grass. When these things were brought to the laboratory, they indeed contained a lot of spiritual energy. But these things were not as good as the cows. After leaving Jiang Hai's land, the spiritual energy had disappeared in 3 days. The grass was just a relatively healthy pasture, and the soil was just a relatively fertile soil. It was precisely because of this that Jiang Hai did not care if Du Feimin took these cows away. Not to mention Du Feimin, even if the US government came, he would not care. This was because the real cause of the mutation of these things was not the natural world, but him, Jiang Hai. As long as he was here, his cows would be the best. If he was not here, this would be an ordinary money-losing pasture. If this is really the case, then it's a pity. I originally thought that this was something that would benefit mankind. Looking at Jiang Hai, Du Feimin said with a sigh. Jiang Hai also shrugged. He had already seen Du Feimin's shamelessness a long time ago. Benefit mankind. More like benefit the royal family of Dubai. Looking at Jiang Hai, Du Feimin finally hesitated and said seriously, but even so, I still want to study your cows. How about this? 1 cow for $1.5 million. I'll buy 30 of them. What do you think? The price of buying breeding cows was more expensive than ordinary beef cows. This was common sense, not to mention that he wanted live cows. You can deal with the customs at the customs. You'll be in charge of settling the customs, it has nothing to do with me. You can also choose any cattle you like. Take whichever one you like. I don't want 1.5 million. You've given me a discount of 100 million on the gemstones, so I can't be too greedy. How about 1 million? 30 cows. Your people will be in charge of the transportation and so on. When the time comes, you'll know that it's not the cattle that are magical. Jiang Hai shrugged and said seriously. Seeing how straightforward Jiang Hai was, Du Feimin also sighed. If this was really the case, then he would be depressed if he could not earn this large sum of money. However, he was still pleased with Jiang Hai's attitude. He transferred $30 million to Jiang Hai on the spot. This was the price of 30 cows. Then, he called people in Dubai and asked them to tackle the problem of the US government and customs. No matter what it was, as long as it involved the country, it was very easy to solve. For example, the giant pandas that Hua Xia sent everywhere. If it was an ordinary person, even if it was a government official, it was absolutely impossible to send this thing out of the country. It was a national treasure. If someone dared to be arrogant, then their entire family would be killed by the government. But if it escalated to the level of the country, then it was much easier. After Du Feimin made the call, the people in Dubai had already started to move. They contacted the ship and the US government. Of course, these things had nothing to do with Jiang Hai. This is my mission. If the cows return to the country, then it has nothing to do with me. But I don't think you'll lie to me. If these cows return to the country and become ordinary cows, then our plan is officially ruined. Phew, but to be honest, your ingredients are very good, very good. I want to talk to you about another business. After about 10 minutes, Du Feynman finished the call and helplessly let out a long sigh, then said to Jiang Hai with a smile. What business? Jiang Hai didn't care about the 30 million he earned. Having money was better than not having money. Now that he heard that Du Feynman wanted to do business, he couldn't help but look at him with some doubts. What else does he want? Food for the royal family. Looking at Jiang Hai, Du Feynman said seriously. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. I think you're right. This is a free advertisement for you. Of course, it's mainly because the ingredients here are really good. To be honest, Monsieur's culinary skills are very good, but compared to the top chefs, it's still a lot worse. But she actually used the power of the ingredients to push the food itself to the extreme. You should know that we, the children of the royal family, are very particular about eating. So I need you to provide us with fresh meat. I'm very interested in your beef, mutton, fish, lobster, and shellfish. I can use your retail price to increase by 5% to purchase your ingredients. We'll be responsible for transportation and the like. After all, there are plenty of empty planes in Dubai. But you have to ensure our consumption. Of course, our consumption won't be too much. After all, it's only the royal family of Dubai. Looking at Jiang Hai, Du Feynman said seriously. That's not a problem. But how much do you need? You have to tell me, so I can have an estimate in my heart. Hearing Du Feynman's words, Jiang Hai smiled. He was very interested in selling things. He didn't care who he sold these things to, nor did he care about the square. However, if there was such a free super advertisement, then Jiang Hai's seafood and the like could be sold at a high price. This was also what he was most interested in. Thinking about it, when his beef was sold in the future, it could be labeled as exclusive to the royal family of Dubai. The 13 slots would instantly fill up. Most importantly, Dubai was a kingdom of the UAE. The kingdoms of the UAE all wore the same pants. At that time, it was very likely that the beef would change from exclusive to the royal family of Dubai to exclusive to the royal family of the UAE. The meaning would be completely different. There are a total of 713 people in the royal family of Dubai. Including their wives, there are less than 5,000 people. According to the daily consumption of 2 kilograms of beef and 1 kilogram of fish per person, if there are no banquets, the annual consumption is about 3.65 million kilograms of beef and 1.8 million kilograms of fish. However, you also know that we like to hold banquets and the like, so this number will increase a little. The annual consumption of beef is about 5 million kilograms and 3 million kilograms of fish. After a rough calculation, Du Feynman said to Jiang Hai. However, when he heard his words, Jiang Hai secretly cried out in his heart. An Angus bull was about 750 kilograms. The slaughter rate was 60%, which meant that 450 kilograms of meat could be sliced from one bull. The royal family of Dubai would definitely not eat the inferior meat, so they could only eat the best, which was about 200 kilograms. 5 million kilograms meant 25,000 cows. Well, Jiang Hai didn't need to do anything else. He just needed to focus on raising cows next year. 3 million kilograms of fish, which was 3,000 tons. This amount wasn't too big, but the amount of cows, it was really not small. Fish is not a problem. Around March next year, when I start fishing here, I can provide it. However, the beef is somewhat lacking. Jiang Hai thought for a moment and said to Du Feynman. Originally, he had only planned to raise 25,000 cows this year. Among them, more than 10,000 were cows, and the remaining 15,000 were bulls that he wanted to buy. If these cows were all given to Du Feimin, then how could there be any seeds in Jiang Hai's manor? Most importantly, he had already agreed to give Prawalton, Qi Li, and Zhang De the same amount as this year, which was 10,000 cows. Of course, he believed that if he said a word, no matter which of the three people, no matter which one, would buy the remaining 5,000 cows. Therefore, he didn't have to worry about selling his cows. Now, even if Du Feimin raised the price by 5%, Jiang Hai was unlikely to sell all the beef to him. If a person only looked at money and didn't care about sincerity, then this person was not far from failure. Chapter 525. That's really a pity. Hearing that Jiang Hai could only squeeze out 5,000 cows a year, Du Feimin couldn't help but sigh. If that was the case, it would be a very troublesome matter. Actually, I have another way. Looking at Du Feimin's appearance, to be honest, when there was business knocking on the door, Jiang Hai really couldn't refuse these green dollar bills, so he prepared another method. Another way. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Du Feimin couldn't help but look at Jiang Hai. Indeed, my beef can be said to be the best beef in the world. If you want me to give all of it to the Dubai royal family, my beef is definitely not enough, but we can cooperate. Looking at Du Feimin, Jiang Hai said seriously. What kind of cooperation? Hearing Jiang Hai talk about cooperation, Du Feimin became interested. If you buy meat directly, the meat is definitely not enough, so you can raise some cows, and then I can provide you with pasture. Looking at Du Feimin, Jiang Hai also said seriously. In fact, his proposal was very simple. If he used his ranch to raise cows, he could supply them. But the problem was that Jiang Hai was not willing to become a contract worker for the Dubai royal family, although he could earn a lot of money. However, if the royal family of Dubai raised their own cattle and he provided them with pasture, it would be different. Although the pasture would lose some of its aura during transportation, it was still more nutritious than ordinary pasture. Jiang Hai was confident that with these pasture, the royal family of Dubai would be able to raise beef with marbled veins. Of course, it would be impossible for the beef to be bigger than Jiang Hai's. Basically, every one of them would have some, but the amount of marbled veins would be about 3% to 5%. An Angus bull, if fed well, could grow to 750 kilograms. 60% of the slaughter rate would be 450 kilograms. 5% of the slaughter rate would be 22.5 kilograms. 10,000 Angus bulls would be 225,000 kilograms. The best beef produced from 200,000 Angus bulls would be enough to supply the royal family of Dubai. Most importantly, they could still sell the leftover beef. This was a good business. Although there was no way to get Jiang Hai's beef, it would be good if they could get such beef. Thinking of Jiang Hai's words, Du Feimin couldn't help but ponder. Indeed, this was a solution, but he was a person recommended by the Dubai royal family. He didn't seek cooperation with Jiang Hai to satisfy his desire for food. He wanted to find a way to make money for the Dubai royal family. However, if they really did as Jiang Hai said, then the one who would benefit in the end wouldn't be their imperial family. Their imperial family was more like a wedding dress for Jiang Hai. And the one who would benefit directly, needless to say, was Jiang Hai. Because his meat could continue to be sold, the pasture could also continue to be sold. This manor was really expensive. Then the price of the pasture. Du Feimin hesitated. Although the biggest beneficiary was Jiang Hai, after all, Dubai was a country with rich people. The heritage of a country was obviously not comparable to Jiang Hai's manor. Raising 200,000 cows could guarantee the royal family's meat consumption. The rest of the beef could be sold to the people or transported abroad. 90,000 tons of beef could indeed make them a part of the money. The most important thing was that Dubai was not small. Although most of the land was desert, they could transform it. If 200,000 cows were not enough, what about 400,000? Or 1,000,000? They had the ability to raise more cows, but it would depend on whether Jianghai's pasture could supply them. If it was 1,000,000 cows, even if they could not sell one for $150,000, it would not be a problem to sell one for $20,000. That would be a price of $20 billion. After deducting the cost of labor, cattle breeding, and so on, they could make at least $10 billion. The site was Dubai's, so there was naturally no need to think too much about it. If he could provide his country with $10 billion in income, he could be considered a national hero. The only problem now was how much pasture Jianghai could supply, and what was the price. How about this? I'll give you two proposals. First, I don't need to pay for the pasture. I can even pay for the planes to transport it, but I want 15% of the cattle raised with the pasture. That is to say, you will provide the cattle breeding and manpower, and I will provide the pasture, so I will take 15%. Second, I will charge you $1,000 per ton of grass. I don't care about the rest. Looking at Du Feimin, Jianghai thought for a moment, then said a bit like a lion opening its mouth. They were talking business, so asking for a sky-high price and asking for a low price. Moreover, the price that Jianghai asked for, was indeed a little high. First, he wanted to take 15% of the total sales of the beef cattle. This was daylight robbery. Although he couldn't do it without his pasture, the other party would certainly not agree. Second, a ton of grass for $1,000, which was equivalent to $1 per kilogram. What kind of grass was almost as expensive as low-quality beef? This was also a price that was impossible to accept. When raising cattle, an average cow would eat 10 kilograms of grass every day, excluding the fattening period. If Dubai wanted to raise 1,000,000 cows, it would consume 10,000 tons of grass every day. Jianghai could provide that. This was because the pasture here grew very fast. If it weren't for the fact that the pasture he planted was not the type that was particularly tall, there would not be any other buildings in the manor. There was grass everywhere. Therefore, he did not care about the grass, but Du Feimin would not agree to this price no matter what. One could imagine that when Jianghai's pasture entered Dubai, they would definitely study the magic of the pasture and see if they could grow it in Dubai. However, Jianghai did not care. They could do whatever they wanted. He was still quite confident in his own things. Unless they could also pick up a dragon ball and use its blood to irrigate the pasture, they would not be able to study it. In this way, the two men, each with their own thoughts, quickly finalized the procedures for importing the pasture. Jianghai would provide Du Feimin and the others with the feed needed for 1,000,000 cows, but at the same time, he also reserved 2,000 of the 15,000 cows that Jianghai could sell next year. After all, even the cows raised with Jianghai's pasture could not be compared with the cows here at Jianghai's place. The world's best cow was only found here in Jianghai's manor. The royal family's collateral branches only needed to eat some domestic cows, but the royal family's legitimate descendants needed to eat the best, such as the cows in Jianghai's manor. In addition, Jianghai's fish was also needed by the Dubai royal family. Of course, there was no way to set a price for the fish. The price would depend on the quality and quantity after the harvest, but Jianghai believed that his fish would definitely not be worse than the cows. In this way, while the two men were strolling around, they unknowingly finalized a project of $900 million. In addition, the price of the fish had not yet been set. If they waited until next year, Jianghai might be able to squeeze out $20 to $30 of income from the Dubai royal family. When money reached a certain point, it was really just a string of numbers, such as the current situation. After the two of them finalized the main intention of the contract, the two of them called their respective lawyers. The following matters would be left to the lawyers to handle. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly flashed in front of them. Chapter 526. What's that? Dufayman only saw a blur in front of his eyes. He only saw a gray shadow flash by, and in the next second, it disappeared in front of him. This made him stop walking forward and look at Jiang Hai with some doubts. Oh, it's nothing. It's just a rabbit. We have a lot of wild rabbits here, and they taste pretty good. But I didn't know if you would eat them, so I didn't make any for you. Compared to Dufayman, Jiang Hai's eyesight wasn't something he could compare with. After casually chatting with Moses Adams for a bit, he hung up the phone and explained to Dufayman. Rabbit? Or wild? Ugh, forget it. Westerners, including people from the Middle East, still had some resistance to wild things. After all, no one knew what parasites and bacteria were on these guys. If they ate the wrong one, therefore, it was better to raise them at home. It was also because he knew these guys' feelings that Jiang Hai didn't make any for them. Just when they felt that this topic was over and were ready to move on, another figure suddenly flashed by. But this time, the figure was much bigger than the rabbit. This figure was about 1.5 meters tall, and more than 3 meters long including its tail. It was a huge feline. When they saw this guy, not only were Dufayman and the bodyguards behind him shocked, even Jiang Hai was shocked. And just when these people were a little confused, the huge figure that was originally chasing the rabbit couldn't help but stop. After it completely stopped, Jiang Hai also saw this guy's appearance. It was a huge lion. It was even bigger than the African lion he saw in the zoo. However, it looked like an African lioness. It didn't have any hair around its neck. After standing still, Jiang Hai glanced at this guy with his eyes. This guy's shoulder height was about 1.2 meters. When it raised its head, it was at least 1.5 meters, almost reaching Jiang Hai's chest. Its total length was about 3 meters. This huge appearance made Jiang Hai a little confused. At this time, Dufayman was slowly approaching his bodyguards. As for his bodyguards, they had already put their hands in their clothes, ready to pull out their guns at any time. If this wasn't Jiang Hai's manner, but something like Africa, they might have already shot. As for Jiang Hai, looking at it, he didn't know why, but he felt some familiarity in his heart. Familiar. Looking at the lion, Jiang Hai couldn't help but gawk. His manner did have some lions, but they were only mountain lions, right? The biggest lioness was not even 2/3 of this guy's size. He didn't seem to have seen this guy before. But suddenly, he remembered Big, Little Huang, Xiao Bai, and the others. After these guys absorbed his aura, they seemed to have broken through their own limits and grew bigger and bigger. Then, could this guy be that mountain lion? Thinking of this, Jiang Hai deliberately glanced at its face. Sure enough, fur had grown out. But there was indeed a scar on its face. Seeing this, Jiang Hai was even more sure that this should be the mountain lion. It's okay, don't be nervous. Since it's the mountain lion, Jiang Hai was relieved. The guy who absorbed his aura was like his pet. It won't take the initiative to attack him. So after Jiang Hai greeted Dufayman and the others, he walked in front of the mountain lion, slowly stretched out his hand, and touched its head. And just when Jiang Hai's hand touched its head, the mountain lion's eyes narrowed and made a smiling expression. Then, like a kitten, it rubbed its head against Jiang Hai's hand. Ah! Looking at the situation in front of them, Dufayman and the others were stunned. This giant beast was raised by Jiang Hai. Okay, you scared my friend. Go play in the forest. After scratching the mountain lion's head for a while, Jiang Hai patted its head. Seeing that it had grown so big, Jiang Hai also felt that he should go into his forest to take a look. Thinking about it, he hadn't gone in for a while, but that would have to wait until Du Feimin and the others left. After patting the mountain lion's head, Jiang Hai gave it a new order and transferred some aura to it at the same time. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the mountain lion finally rubbed Jiang Hai's hand and leaped into the forest next to it. Oh my god, you actually raised such a fierce beast. Seeing that the mountain lion had disappeared, Du Feimin and the others walked over and looked at Jiang Hai in surprise. Their faces were full of disbelief. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai looked at him with contempt. You really know how to talk nonsense. Compared to you rich people in the Middle East, I'm far behind. Do you think I don't surf the internet? You raise leopards, lions, tigers, and so on. What's so surprising about a mountain lion like me? Hearing his words, Jiang Hai looked at him with contempt and said. It's not like he hadn't seen those Middle Eastern rich people showing off their pets on the internet. Why would a mountain lion be so surprising? Compared to lions, leopards, and tigers, mountain lions are indeed a little inferior. Mountain lion. You said that guy is a mountain lion. Are you stupid or am I stupid? How can a mountain lion be so big? Brother, don't tell me, you don't know what that is. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Du Feimin couldn't help but laugh. If it's not a mountain lion, then what is it? Hearing his words, Jiang Hai froze for a moment. That was indeed a mountain lion. As for why it was so big, would he tell you that it was because of Jiang Hai's spiritual energy? But no matter how much spiritual energy it had, it was still just a mountain lion. If I'm not wrong, that should be a brutal lion. It's been extinct for 10,000 years. I really didn't expect it to still be alive here. Du Feimin looked at Jiang Hai strangely and said with some excitement. Brutal lion. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but be a little confused. What the hell is that? I'm telling you, you must not let others see that guy again. Otherwise, as long as they leak the news of this guy to the US government, you won't be able to keep this place even if you want to because it will be designated as a brutal lion reserve. Du Feimin had no interest in Jiang Hai's manor because he knew that even if the manor was taken, it wouldn't be sold to him. Most importantly, Jiang Hai and he were friends who had common interests. At least they were still friends for now. However, there were many people who were eyeing Jiang Hai's manor, but now most of these people were blocked by the Walmart group. Also, Jiang Hai didn't let others have any evidence against him. Coupled with his local reputation, he could be as stable as a rock. Of course, he also knew that Jiang Hai still had a trump card, which was the 2 billion oil futures. If someone risked their life to rob Jiang Hai's manor, then he could use these oil futures to enter the Rockefeller family. The Rockefeller family wasn't interested in the manor, they were only interested in oil. So if Jiang Hai took out 2 billion, Rockefeller could guarantee that no one in the US would dare to provoke him. But if an ancient creature that had been extinct for 10,000 years appeared here, then no one could protect this place. Hearing Du Feimin's words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but be a little speechless. It seemed that these lions wouldn't appear so easily in the future. Brutal lion, the scientific name of the North American lion-like lion, was known as the most powerful cat that had ever existed on Earth. If one talked about the powerful cat that had gone extinct, it was estimated that 11 out of 10 people would first think of the saber-toothed tiger. Of course, there were many variants of the saber-toothed tiger, and I won't introduce them one by one. However, the largest saber-toothed tiger was only about 2.7 meters on average. Compared with the 3.5 meters long North American lion-like lion, it was indeed smaller. And the most important thing was that this kind of lion also lived in groups. In the American continent 10,000 years ago, this kind of lion stood at the top of the food chain. But then came the Ice Age, and in the end, they didn't survive that disaster and went extinct 10,000 years ago. This was also what surprised Du Feynman the most. Indeed, if Jiang Hai only raised a mountain lion, he wouldn't care. Just like Jiang Hai said, the rich people in the Middle East raised anything, but Jiang Hai raised an extinct animal, so the 13 slots instantly increased. According to his estimation, if Jiang Hai sold this lion on the black market, it was estimated to be worth more than 10 million. As for an ordinary lion, if it had not been trained, the price of an adult lion in the black market was $20,000. If it had been trained, the price of an adult lion would be $30,000. If it had been trained, the price of an adult lion would be less than $50,000. Leopards were a third cheaper than lions, and tigers were a third more expensive than lions. But basically, there were no animals in the world that could be bought in the black market in Dubai for more than $100,000. But if this one appeared, it would definitely be worth more than $10 million. Hearing Du Feynman's words, Jiang Hai sighed. It was really a little interesting. Looking at the forest in the distance, Jiang Hai chuckled. It seemed that after Du Feynman and the others left this time, his exploration of the forest would have to be put on the agenda. Immediately after, he thanked Du Feynman, and the two of them continued to stroll around the area. They walked all the way to the seaside, and after enjoying the beauty of Jiang Hai's coast, Du Feynman reluctantly left. Of course, it wasn't that he was reluctant to part with Jiang Hai, nor was it that he was reluctant to part with the scenery here. For a rich person like him, in his eyes, the scenery here at Jiang Hai's place wasn't bad at all. After all, this place wasn't as beautiful as those famous seascapes. What he was reluctant to part with was the food here at Jiang Hai's place. But when he remembered his mission, he still had to hurry back to China. First, he had to study whether he could copy Jiang Hai's beef. If that didn't work, then he would see if he could copy Jiang Hai's pasture. If that still didn't work, then he had to speed up the construction of the domestic cattle farm and let Jiang Hai provide the pasture. Jiang Hai didn't care about this. There were some supernatural things that couldn't be easily solved on Earth. For example, Jiang Hai's manner. At least in his opinion, this was the world's biggest unsolved mystery. Chapter 527. With the roar of the car engine, Du Feynman and the others left Jiang Hai's house. Of course, before leaving, the shape of his car was still very impressive and was taken by many people waiting outside to buy lobsters. Hey! Did the Arab leave? Looking at Jiang Hai, who came back alone, Bernice, who was sitting on Jiang Hai's recliner and playing with her mobile phone, couldn't help but ask curiously. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai shrugged and sat on a stool next to him. How do you know people from the Middle East? Seeing Jiang Hai sit down, Bernice asked Jiang Hai curiously while playing with her mobile phone. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai sat down deliberately, then picked up the drink next to her and took a big sip, then slowly said. Because I'm also a local tyrant. Listening to Jiang Hai's annoying words, Bernice almost threw her mobile phone. How long are you going to stay this time? Bernice suppressed her anger, glanced at Jiang Hai, and then asked faintly. Although her voice seemed very flat, Jiang Hai felt that when she asked this question, Bernice's eyes were glancing at him. It seemed that she really cared whether Jiang Hai would leave or not. Looking at her appearance, Jiang Hai couldn't help but chuckle. It seems like this Bernice was quite concerned about him. I won't leave for the time being. Even if I leave, I have to wait until next year. During the Chinese New Year, I'm going to take Delina and Marion back to China. Next year is the 3rd year after my parents died and were buried together, so I'm going to buy a piece of land for them. Delina and Marion are also my daughters. Naturally, I have to go back and burn incense for their grandparents. Hearing Bernice's words, Jiang Hai thought for a moment. It seemed that there was nothing to do recently, and the manor was now in the process of development. It was almost time to harvest the grapes. As the manor owner, Jiang Hai naturally had to stay to help. After harvesting the grapes, it was time to make wine. Jiang Hai was still quite interested in winemaking. After brewing the wine, Jiang Hai needed to buy a new batch of cattle. After pacifying the cattle, it was time to store the fodder. Once the drinks and other things were finished, it would be winter. Jiang Hai was a very typical northerner. Although he was not afraid of the cold, in winter, it was better to stay at home. Oh. Hearing that Jiang Hai would not leave for the time being, Bernice looked back and then played with her mobile phone. Looking at her appearance, Jiang Hai also smiled. It seemed that he could not wait for her to get up. In this case, it was better for him to go back to bed and lie down. After stretching, Jiang Hai sat up from the chair. Although he was not physically tired, he was mentally tired. After saying goodbye to Bernice, he returned to the room. As soon as he walked in, he found that little Yo was cleaning the house with Delina and Marion. Since Jiang Hai brought Delina and Marion back, the cleaning in Jiang Hai's manor was done by these 2 girls. In addition, these 2 girls looked like they really had nothing to do. They were like Jiang Hai, not too interested in their studies. They could quickly learn what Cindy Clive taught them, and they could draw inferences about other things from one example. There was no problem with their brains. Because even if they were a little stupid, with Jiang Hai's aura, it was impossible for them to be stupid even if they wanted to. They were really not interested in learning, so every morning, they tried to make breakfast, but their skills were really average. After giving breakfast to Jiang Hai, they learned how to clean the room. They were quite good at this. Jiang Hai almost never worried about the problem of the room being dirty. Generally speaking, people who had pets at home, especially people like Jiang Hai who had a lot of pets. The atmosphere in the house was definitely not very good, but Little Yellow and Little White knew to go to the toilet, and they also knew to take a bath in the river if they had nothing to do. Therefore, their bodies did not smell, but it was inevitable that their fur would fall out in the room. This was the most annoying thing for people who had dogs and cats. Animals would always lose their fur, just like how people lose their hair. But since Doliana and Marion began to clean the room, Jiang Hai almost did not see any animal's fur. In the past, Xiaoya was not allowed to go out of the room. She could only come out after sunset. Usually, her only friend was Bernice. Later, with Jiang Hai, Doliana, and Marion, Xiaoya had 3 more friends. Recently, Xiaoya's illness was getting better and better. Other than at noon, she could even go out to soak in the hot spring. As her range of activities grew larger and larger, her heart also gradually opened up. At this time, in addition to being in charge of Jiang Hai's breakfast, lunch, and dinner, she was also the chef, with Doliana and Marion as her assistants. At the same time, she also began to learn how to clean, although she looked a little clumsy now. Looking at the 3 girls in front of him, Jiang Hai didn't disturb them. Instead, he deliberately went around them and returned to his room. After arriving at his room, Little Yellow, Little White, and Braid weren't in the room. During the day, it was very rare to see these 3 guys. Only Chocho was standing on the windowsill, looking at the sky outside with a confused expression. Seeing its appearance, Jiang Hai was stunned for a moment, then he walked to Chirp's side. Perhaps feeling the arrival of Jiang Hai, Chirps turned its head and glanced at Jiang Hai, then flapped its wings, and finally jumped into the room. It walked in front of Jiang Hai and looked up at him. You want to fly? Looking at Chirp's slightly confused eyes, Jiang Hai couldn't help but scratch his head awkwardly. A long time ago, Jiang Hai had wanted to teach Chirps how to fly, but later on, he forgot about it. He always forgot about Chirps wanting to fly. Now looking at Chirps, although it hasn't reached the level of maturity, it's not small, but it still can't fly. Chirps squatted down and said to itself. The bald-head sea eagle, the king of the sky, opened its mouth and looked at Jiang Hai with its big eyes. Looking at its eyes, Jiang Hai, who was originally a little tired, temporarily forgot about his physical fatigue. Okay, let's study it and see how to make you fly. Hearing Chirp's words, Jiang Hai also nodded, then he lifted Chirps with one hand and walked in front of his computer. He has to think of a way. Chirps grabbed Jiang Hai's arm and didn't move, just quietly looking at Jiang Hai. Eagles are different from other animals. Mammals are much smarter, like Xiao Bai, Xiao Huang, and front teeth. When these guys face Jiang Hai, they will take the initiative to make some movements to let Jiang Hai know that they can understand Jiang Hai's words. But eagles are different. Birds have small brains. Chirps is standing here now, and Jiang Hai doesn't know if it can understand, but as long as it is obedient, it might be able to understand his words. Turning on his computer, Jiang Hai began to search for ways to teach eagles to fly, but unfortunately, there are no such tutorials online. Then Jiang Hai also looked up some information. It turns out that if these birds are thrown down from a high place, the chances of the birds learning to fly are very low, and most of them fall to their deaths. Eagles, and all other birds, in fact, originated from imitation. They learn the movements of their parents, and after mastering all the essentials of the movements, the mother will kick these little guys down trees or cliffs, because they know that when the essentials of learning, coupled with the things deeply imprinted in their genes, all play a role, they will learn to fly. But the problem now is that Chirps doesn't have parents. Moreover, Jiang Hai can't fly, so he can't teach it even if he wants to. After thinking about it, Jiang Hai decided to give it a try. So he began to look for videos of bald eagles on the internet. There are still a lot of these videos. When the video first started playing, Chirps was obviously stunned because it has never seen another bald eagle in its life. One had to know that the bald-head sea eagle was not a social creature. This bird had its own territory. Seeing that there is a new bald eagle, Chirps didn't show any affection. Instead, it opened its wings and screamed at the video. Jiang Hai has been watching its reaction. When he saw it like this, Jiang Hai couldn't help but frown. Chirps, calm down, calm down. Jiang Hai stroked Cho-Cho's feathers and said loudly to it. Cho-Cho might have heard Jiang Hai's words, but it couldn't help but turn its head and look at Jiang Hai. At the same time, it was also on guard against the white-headed sea eagle. Cough, this is fake, you have to learn its posture. Seeing that Chirps calmed down, Jiang Hai said to it after a while. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Chirps didn't want to learn. Instead, it tilted its head. It has to be admitted that such a tilted head is still very effective on Jiang Hai. It's almost like a question mark is drawn on its head. You don't understand. God, what should I do? Looking at Cho-Cho's appearance, Jiang Hai smiled helplessly. It seems that this method is not very good. After hesitating, Jiang Hai asked it tentatively, but it was still the same. Even if Jiang Hai tried to imitate the appearance of the bald eagle in the video, Cho-Cho still had a silly expression. In the end, Jiang Hai was also a little speechless. He pulled its wings with his hand and pretended to fly. Although Chirps didn't resist, it obviously didn't understand why Jiang Hai did this. Looking at it, Jiang Hai was also speechless. Real knowledge comes from practice, let's try to fly. When Jiang Hai and Chirps fiddled in the room for 2 hours, Jiang Hai gave up. He was going to take it outside and try to see if it could fly. Chapter 528. Hey, Jiang Hai, what are you going to do? After watching Jiang Hai stay in his room for 2 hours, he still wore his original clothes and walked out with an eagle. This made Delina, Marian, and Littleya, who had finished cleaning and were preparing to cook dinner, and Bernice, who had returned to the sofa in the room, felt very strange. Seeing Jiang Hai going out, Bernice couldn't help but ask with some doubts. I'm going to let this guy fly. Hearing Bernice's words, Jiang Hai smiled and pointed to Chirps beside him. Hey! Can this little free-range chicken fly? Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Bernice's eyes lit up and she said with excitement. Young bald eagles were indeed ugly. They had gray feathers and were bald. They looked like a chicken that had lost its feathers. But when Bernice came, Chirps was already almost fully grown. This was because of the infusion of Jiang Hai's spiritual energy. Chirps, which originally needed several years to grow up, was now no smaller than an adult bald-head sea eagle under Jiang Hai's feeding. Of course, if he were to fight with an adult bald-head sea eagle, 10 of him wouldn't be able to beat one of them. However, his appearance was still very intimidating. As for why Bernice called Chirps free-range chicken, there is a story behind it. When Bernice first moved here, although she came to the United States very early, she had never seen a creature like bald eagle up close before, so after seeing Chirps in Jiang Hai's room, she was very curious. So she quietly fed it a lot of things and let it cooperate with her to take photos. But Chirps was used to being fed, and it was not much bigger than it was at that time. When it was hungry at night, it went to Bernice for food. Bernice happened to be taking a bath, but her body was stained with the smell of beef from when she fed Chirps. So Chirps went to rummage and accidentally let Bernice's vest hang on its claws. When Bernice came out, she saw Chirps rummaging in her clothes. She was anxious and ran over. After all, Chirps was still young. If you chased, it could only run. So one person and one bird staged a space chase in the villa. Although Jiang Hai was quarreled at that time, it was not easy for him to make a move. After all, there were some things that were scratched, cough. Later, it was Delina and Marian who helped to catch Chirps to settle this matter. But since then, the next day, Bernice began to call Chirps free-range chicken, which could be regarded as belittling it. But unfortunately, Chirps didn't seem to understand what she was saying, but it didn't ask her for food. Hearing that Jiang Hai was going to release Chirps, Bernice froze for a moment. Then she immediately stood up and went to Chirps' side. She opened Chirps' wings to take a look. In any case, Chirps' wings were longer than Bernice's arm. Bernice wasn't short, she was more than 170 meters tall, which was quite tall among women. Her arm span was about the same as her height, so her arm span was about 170 meters, although she wasn't close to Chirps. But from her gestures, it was obvious that Chio's wings were much longer than her hands. Moreover, they were not completely straight. Chio's wingspan was at least 9 meters. An adult bald-headed sea eagle was only 1.8 to 2 meters. Now Chirps' wingspan was 1.9 meters, which was already longer than the average bald-headed sea eagle. If those experts knew that this bald-headed sea eagle was only 1 year old, what would they think? Wow, it's enough to fly. Looking at Chirps' wingspan, Bernice exclaimed excitedly. Jiang Hai also walked out with Chirps, followed by Bernice, Daliana, Marian, and Littleya. They were very interested in releasing Chirps. After walking to the courtyard, Jiang Hai shouted, "Fly, my brave warrior." Then he threw Chirps out, but Chirps flapped its wings a few times in the air as Jiang Hai expected. Unfortunately, it was a complete failure. Chirps didn't fly at all, it didn't even glide. It was just like a chicken. After a few flaps in the air, it fell to the ground in front of it, flapping its wings and crying loudly. Ah! Looking at Cho-Cho's appearance, Jiang Hai and Bernice felt as if a crow had flown over their heads. What the hell is this? Is this a bald eagle disguised as a chicken, or a chicken disguised as a bald eagle? Fortunately, Jiang Hai just stood on the ground and threw it. If he stood at a higher place, wouldn't it fall to the ground? Looking at Chirps, who might be in pain and had been screaming, Jiang Hai scratched his head and walked to its side. When it saw Jiang Hai, there was a trace of vigilance in its eyes. Its loyalty was 100%, and it would not be afraid of Jiang Hai. However, it still looked at Jiang Hai very vigilantly. It wanted to know if this guy was going to throw it again. Cough, let's try again. Looking at Chirp's eyes, Jiang Hai said a little awkwardly, and then gestured. But as soon as his voice fell, Chirps had already screamed and wanted to run away, but unfortunately, it was not as fast as Jiang Hai. It was directly caught in Jiang Hai's hand, but it has been struggling in Jiang Hai's hand. It seems that it doesn't want to fly again. It knows that it was its fault before. It shouldn't have tried to fly. It was just a chicken, don't throw it again. But unfortunately, Jiang Hai didn't understand its meaning and continued to walk back to the courtyard. Hey, boss, are you going to eat it? At this moment, suddenly, a car drove over from a distance. The person in the car was none other than Edward Anderson. At this time, there was a small water tank behind his car. It was filled with the lobsters and other things that were caught today. It was to be sold to the tourists waiting outside. Are you kidding me? I want it to fly. Rolling his eyes at Edward Anderson, how can Jiang Hai eat bald eagle in the territory of the United States? Although he hasn't eaten it, cough, even if he eats it, he won't eat Chirps. You want it to fly. Oh, I didn't even notice it. This little guy has grown so big without me noticing. Well, it should indeed fly. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Edward Anderson also became interested. He got out of the car and picked up Chirp's wings to take a look. With such a big pair of wings, it can indeed fly. How is it going? Looking at its appearance, it doesn't seem to be making good progress. Looking at Jiang Hai, Edward Anderson asked with some doubts. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai also nodded helplessly. Indeed, the progress is not very good. Then he told Edward Anderson about his situation just now, including how after he threw Chirps out, it didn't do anything and fell directly. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Edward Anderson also grinned. If it's about fish, then he will definitely not pass on his responsibility, but if it's about birds, he really doesn't understand. In fact, it's not only him who doesn't understand, probably no one in the entire manor will understand. Just as they were studying there, the people in the manor also came back one after another, including Robbins Garcia and the others. They all surrounded Chirps, and everyone was thinking of a solution. Unfortunately, the solution they came up with was similar to Jiang Hai's. They were all useless. Chirps was also a little scared of being surrounded by so many people, and it looked at these people with vigilance. Boss, I'm sorry, I can't help. After hesitating for a moment, Edward Anderson was the first to say, somewhat speechless. Forget it, you'd better go sell your lobsters. Everyone can go back, I'll study it slowly. With a sigh, Jiang Hai said to Edward Anderson, and then looked at Chirps in his hand speechlessly. How to make it fly is indeed a headache, and after hearing Jiang Hai's words, everyone went back to what they were supposed to do. Jiang, do you still remember the place where we went to catch dogs together? But just as he was about to leave, Robbins Garcia suddenly stopped and looked at Jiang Hai with a serious face. Of course I remember, the stray pet center. I donated a lot of money there. Why are you mentioning it? Hearing Robin Garcia's words, Jiang Hai looked at him strangely and asked. I remember that in addition to dogs, there seemed to be a lot of other animals there, including birds of prey. The people there may have a way to make chirps fly. Robin Garcia said seriously when he heard that Jiang Hai still remembered the place. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai's eyes lit up. Indeed, there are some things that he may not be able to do, but those experts may not be able to do it. Thinking of this, he couldn't wait to drive to town immediately, but he knew that the stray pet center in town was already closed at this time, and no one would pay attention to him even if he went there. It's better to wait until tomorrow. Let's ask the experts tomorrow. Patting Chirp's head, Jiang Hai put it back on the ground. When Chirp's feet touched the ground, it ran away quickly like a chicken. It was really afraid that Jiang Hai would call it over again and throw it high up, although it was not broken just now. However, the hard fall had hurt it a lot. It did not want to experience it again. Looking at Chirp's appearance, Jiang Hai couldn't help but shake his head. The battlefield of raptors belongs to the sky, not the ground. Anyway, he has nothing to do recently, so no matter what, he must teach Chirps to fly. Looking at Jiang Hai's serious gaze, Daliana and Marian looked at each other. They were going to give Chirps more food at night because they knew that whenever Jiang Hai showed such a gaze, it meant that whatever he was looking at would definitely not have a good ending. Chapter 529. Jiang Hai was the kind of person who would not be able to sleep well at night if he had something on his mind. After deciding to let Cho-Cho fly, he took a good bath that night. Of course, he went to the hot spring to soak. Then he went to bed early. The next morning, after running one lap and eating breakfast, he left the manor with Cho-Cho before 9:00 in the morning and went to the homeless pet center in Winthrop. When he entered the town, many tourists had already woken up and were standing in various corners of the town, taking photos and showing off their feelings at this moment with their friends in China. Many people took the initiative to greet Jiang Hai after seeing Jiang Hai's war shield. Jiang Hai also lowered the window and exchanged a few words with them. Although Jiang Hai did not know them at all, it did not prevent Jiang Hai from being polite. After all, to some extent, these people were his compatriots and guests. Although Jiang Hai walked and stopped, he still arrived at the homeless pet center in Winthrop before 9:30. When he stopped the car, a girl who was cleaning up happened to see him. Seeing Jiang Hai's stylish car arrive, the girl looked at Jiang Hai with interest and said, "It's you, what's the matter?" This girl had some fate with Jiang Hai. The two had met twice. The first time was when Jiang Hai came to choose dogs. Jiang Hai chose Xiaobai, Little Huang, and a few shepherd dogs. To be honest, those shepherd dogs were quite powerful. The second time was after he caught the mountain lion for the first time. When he sent the mountain lion over, he saw this girl. This was the third time they met, but obviously, this girl who looked good was more than 170 meters tall and had some small freckles on her face. She did not have a good impression of Jiang Hai. "What, are you going to adopt my brown bear again?" Seeing Jiang Hai walk down, the girl said with a proud face. "Ah, that's a digression. I'm not here to raise brown bears this time. I really have something to trouble you with." Hearing the words of this little beauty, Jiang Hai smiled, then looked at her with a serious expression and said, "Say it, what's the matter?" Hearing Jiang Hai say that he had something to trouble them with, the girl crossed her arms and asked doubtfully. "It's like this," Jiang Hai said as he took Cho-Cho out of the co-pilot seat. At the sight of the raptor standing on Jiang Hai's arm, the girl's eyes lit up at once. She knew that Jiang Hai had a white-headed sea eagle. The Winthrop Town Police Department had already reported to them, and they were the ones who approved it. Otherwise, the symbol of the United States would not be so easily raised by others, even if this person was the richest man in Winthrop. But she did not think that Jiang Hai would raise this little guy so well. It was almost the same size as an adult white-headed sea eagle. She didn't know how big it was when Jiang Hai raised it. But looking at it now, it wasn't small at all. But when she heard that this little guy could not fly yet, she could not help but smile. In fact, this was quite normal. It was not the first time she encountered such a thing. Generally speaking, this kind of raptor could not fly when they were born. Because these raptors with a long growth cycle, just like humans, needed time to build a foundation and grow. For example, deer could run not long after they were born, and rats could dig holes not long after they were born, but these creatures have a very short growth cycle. Naturally, they are not high-level animals at the top of the food chain. Raptors such as white-headed sea eagle, golden eagle, and other raptors all need a learning process, and this learning process is basically guided by their parents. However, this little guy grew up with humans. Naturally, these little guys who grew up with humans do not know how to fly, which is understandable. But understanding is understanding, but there is nothing she can do about it. Sorry, we don't have any way. We are just from the Animal Rescue Center, not the Animal Research Center, so we don't know how to solve your problem. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the girl told the truth. That's a pity. Hearing that the girl could not help him, Jiang Hai sighed and touched Qiuqiu's head beside him. Could it be that this guy has no way to fly? That's really a trap. To be honest, this kind of raptor is very wild. Now you want to let it fly. After it learns to fly, it may not stay. Looking at Jiang Hai's slightly tangled look, the girl walked to Qiuqiu's side, scratched Qiuqiu's huge claws, and then looked at Jiang Hai and said, she didn't believe that Jiang Hai really didn't care. It's my fortune to get it, it's my fate to lose it. It's not a big deal, but if I don't let such a raptor fly in the sky, I always feel a little sorry for it. If it really learns to fly and leaves, I don't care. I'll just let it go. Hearing the girl's words, Jiang Hai smiled freely. Indeed, he doesn't care about this. Because of his aura, even if he lets Qiuqiu fly, it will definitely not leave him. This is also his confidence. Do you really think so? Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the girl was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Jiang Hai to be so free and easy. This is a bald sea eagle. If he wants to sell it, it will be very expensive. But after she finished speaking, she couldn't help but laugh because she seemed to have put herself in Jiang Hai's shoes. She forgot that the young man in front of her is different from her. He is not an ordinary person, but a super rich man, a young billionaire. Perhaps in the eyes of an average family, the bald eagle is a bundle of green dollar bills, but in Jiang Hai's eyes, it's just a bird. It seems that he was being a little too careful, gauging the heart of a gentleman. Since you don't know, then I'm sorry to bother you. I have to think of other ways. Hearing that the girl had no idea, Jiang Hai couldn't help but think of his research center in Boston. He didn't know if they had any ideas. Actually, if you really don't care about letting it fly, I have a way. You might be able to try it. But just as Jiang Hai was about to leave, the girl suddenly stopped Jiang Hai, and then said with a little hesitation. Oh. What do you mean? Hearing her words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but look at her and ask strangely. In fact, these birds can't fly. The main thing is that they need a guide. If you can find a similar bird for it and let it imitate it, maybe it will be able to fly. Looking at Jiang Hai, the girl said with a serious face. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai thought for a moment, it seems, probably, that makes some sense. No matter what kind of creature it was, at the very beginning, it was natural to imitate. Children imitated adults, cubs imitated beasts, and birds naturally imitated birds. If they really found a big bird to teach Cho-Cho, it might really be able to fly. Where can I find a white-headed sea eagle now? Looking at the girl in front of him, Jiang Hai asked excitedly. I have a classmate who is now a veterinarian in the Boston Zoo. Maybe he can help. Looking at Jiang Hai's excited look, the girl also smiled, and then said to Jiang Hai. Hearing that the girl had resources, Jiang Hai immediately pulled the girl into the car. As long as Cho-Cho can learn to fly, he is willing to donate some money. And the girl looked at Jiang Hai's eager look, smiled, sat next to Jiang Hai and told him to go to the Boston Zoo. There were 2 zoos in Boston. In fact, it was quite famous because a movie was shot here a few years ago. It was called Zookeeper, which translated to Zookeeper. It was about a fat man with a good heart who was a breeder in the zoo. But because this job was not good, he was dumped by his girlfriend, so he was going to change jobs. At this time, the animals in the zoo could talk and give him ideas. It was a comedy, and Jiang Hai had also seen it. But he really didn't think that it was shot in the Boston Zoo. Jiang Hai often went to the zoo when he was young, but he really didn't go there when he grew up. There were 2 zoos in Boston. The smaller one in the suburbs was called Stone Zoo. The tickets were not expensive, and they were discounted on non-Saturday, Sunday, or holidays. Basically, the price was about $13 a ticket all year round. But this was not Jiang Hai's destination. They were going to the bigger zoo called Franklin Zoo, and most of the scenes in the movie were shot here. Speaking of this zoo, it was very famous. After all, Boston was definitely one of the oldest cities in the United States, so there was a zoo here a long time ago. This Franklin Zoo was opened in 1912. It covered an area of 72 acres, which was about 0.3 square kilometers, in the north of Boston's Franklin Park. There were more than 220 species, and it was home to more than 1,000 animals. Although the park was not particularly big, it was divided into many scenic spots. The tropical rainforest, the Serengeti Prairie, the Kalahari Desert Kingdom, the Giraffe Prairie, the Bird World, the Butterfly World, the Tiger World, the African Wild Dog World, the Children's Zoo, and so on. Almost all the common animals here were here. Of course, there were no pandas. There were only a few famous pandas in the United States, and that was it. The most famous thing here was the Bird World, because the Bird World here was divided into 4 major living areas: swamps, rainforests, deserts, and wetlands. A variety of environments created different bird habitats. In the whole of Boston, this place was very famous. At least, many children liked to come here to play. Chapter 530. We've known each other for a long time, but I still don't know your name. Looking at the girl sitting next to him teasing Cho-Cho, Jiang Hai thought for a while, then braced himself and asked. After all, he can't not call this girl's name. He and this girl have known each other for a long time. They have met 3 times, but he still doesn't know her name. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the girl here also reacted. She knows what Jiang Hai's name is. After all, his reputation is very famous in the town, but she ignored the fact that Jiang Hai doesn't know her name. Then let me introduce myself. My name is Domenica Sessi, 26 years old this year, and I am now a doctor at the Stray Pet Rescue Center in Winthrop Town. Hearing that Jiang Hai wants to know her name, the girl also looked at Jiang Hai seriously and said, "Oh, my name is Jiang Hai, a nouveau riche." Hearing her words, Jiang Hai also introduced himself with a smile. Hee hee, who says they are nouveau riche? Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Dominica couldn't help but roll her eyes at Jiang Hai. Hey, I've heard a lot of people call me that. But fortunately, the nouveau riche is a very good word in my mind. The sentence I want to say the most in my life is, I have nothing but money. The sentence I want to hear the most is, what do you have but money? The person I want to make the most doesn't have to look at his net worth at all, because no one has more money than me. Shrugging, Jiang Hai said with a smile. Hearing Jiang Hai's half-humorous and half-self-deprecating words, Dominica on the other side also laughed. You are making me laugh like this, do you want to hit on me? But after laughing, Dominica looked at Jiang Hai and said with amusement. Seeing her raise her eyebrows, Jiang Hai pursed his lips. To be honest, he didn't have such thoughts. But now that the girl said it, if Jiang Hai said no, wouldn't it be too fake? Let me tell you, it's not easy to flirt with me. Alright, we're almost there. Seeing Jiang Hai's expression, Dominica smiled and patted Jiang Hai's shoulder, indicating that they had arrived. When the car arrived at the entrance of the exhibition hall, Jiang Hai took the initiative to buy the tickets. After driving the car into the parking lot, he got out of the car with Cho and Dominica. When they got out of the car, Jiang Hai immediately received a lot of attention. After all, there was a white-headed sea eagle standing on his arm. For a moment, all eyes were on him. But no one came over to say anything. After all, they didn't know what was going on with Jiang Hai's bird. Before they attracted the crowd, Dominica had already walked into the zoo with Jiang Hai. She casually found a keeper here and asked about the person she was looking for this time. Yes, Dominica came here to look for someone. After all, she said that she wanted to find a teacher for Cho. She was a veterinarian in Winthrop Town. In the Franklin Zoo, she had no influence. So this time, she was looking for a college classmate of hers, a man who was a veterinarian here. Soon they found him. When they walked to a place called Rare Animal Research Hall, a white man had been waiting in front of the exhibition hall for a long time. When he saw Dominica coming, there was a clear look of excitement on his face, but when he saw Jiang Hai, there was a hint of hostility in his eyes. It seemed that Jiang Hai was his imaginary rival in love. For such a popular man, people see him as a thorn in the flesh wherever he goes. Jiang Hai also said that he was used to it, but Dominica didn't notice this. When she saw the man, she smiled and greeted him. Hi, John, how have you been? Dominica said with a smile after hugging the man named John. There was no other way. In the United States, there were too many people called John and George. Jiang Hai could only complain a little. Oh, I'm fine. Recently, I've been studying the biological engineering of adding DNA chromosomes. This may allow us to change the habits of some animals. The research was progressing well, but my old classmate is here, so I must come and accompany him. Looking at Dominica, the man named John said with a slight accent. Listening to the messy academic knowledge in his mouth, Dominica showed a look of surprise, as if it was amazing, but for Jiang Hai, he didn't know what the hell it was. In fact, the things he learned in high school and college were almost useless to Jiang Hai. Calculus, advanced mathematics, what's the use of learning? He won't be able to use it in his life. But I don't think these birds of prey should be raised by humans. Well, buddy, don't be sad, I'm not targeting you. Let's go in. After exchanging a few words with Dominique, the man looked at the bald eagle standing on Jiang Hai's arm and sighed with admiration. To be honest, Chirp was really scary, especially from the front, it looked quite fierce. And while this man was praising Cho, he didn't forget to target Jiang Hai. Well, he was targeting Jiang Hai. However, he didn't give Jiang Hai time to fight back. After he finished speaking, he walked directly inside, and Jiang Hai also smiled. Not to mention that he was asking for help now. Even if he didn't ask this guy for help, he wouldn't become enemies with others because of this sentence. Sometimes, his heart was surprisingly small, but sometimes, it would be slightly open. At the very least, it would not be so upfront. Following the man into the rare animal museum next to him, Jiang Hai couldn't help but exclaim in surprise as soon as he walked in. This rare animal museum didn't look big, but it was actually not small inside. Not only was there an area for birds, fish, and beasts, but the number of animal species was also much more than in the zoo outside. For example, Jiang Hai's first step was in the amphibian animal area. Looking around, there were many crocodiles on both sides. This is the largest rare animal area on our East Coast. It contains all the rare animals in the Washington Convention. Of course, there are some rare animals with national characteristics, but the number is basically the same. Probably because he heard Jiang Hai's praise, this homebody guy's vanity instantly exploded. He deliberately slowed down a little and started talking to Jiang Hai. Look at these, this is the crocodile family, a type of crocodile. The poplar crocodile belongs to this category, belonging to small crocodiles. This is the Central American alligator, this is the southern alligator, this is the Amazon crocodile, black caiman crocodile, this is the crocodile family, this is the narrow-snout crocodile, this is the sharp-snout crocodile. What a beautiful little guy. This is the intermediate crocodile, the Philippine crocodile, the Gulf crocodile, the alligator, the Nile crocodile. Looking at Jiang Hai's curious eyes, he also introduced these crocodiles. Almost all the crocodiles in the world are protected by the Washington Convention, but there is no poplar crocodile here. After walking through dozens and hundreds of crocodiles in the area, there were still some amphibians, but this time, it was replaced by the modern dinosaur lizard family, which was similar to crocodiles. Almost 90% of the lizard species were protected species. Chameleon family, clubbed lizard family, gecko family, venomous lizard family, iguana family, and so on. However, among the skinks that Jiang Hai caught, only the lomenes was a protected species. The others were not. This was good news. And what Jiang Hai liked the most was the giant lizard family. The guys in this family were really scary. Especially the Komodo dragon, there were two here. Looking at the fat guy's appearance, Jiang Hai really wanted to raise them. Think about it, Jiang Hai could even raise a mountain lion. If he raised these things, would he really raise dinosaurs? Jiang Hai didn't know if it would happen, but he knew that these things were not so easy to get. After the lizards, it was the snake family. The first species was the snake family, which was the largest snake we were familiar with. Before coming here, Jiang Hai had always thought that the snake was actually similar to the python, but after coming here, he knew that it was a different subject. All the snakes in the snake family were protected species, so was the python family. In addition, there were the thunder snake family, swimming snake family, cobra family, flickering snake family, viper family, and so on. After snakes, there were turtles, all the species of sea turtles, snapping turtles, leatherback turtles, and so on. Even the turtle was actually a protected species. Jiang Hai really didn't know before. Just the amphibians at the beginning were already an eye-opener for Jiang Hai. He had to admit that it was much more fun here than in the zoo. On the other hand, John seemed to have learned from Domenica that Jiang Hai was a rich man and had nothing to do with her. This made the hostility in his eyes lessen a lot, and he happily introduced all the creatures here to Jiang Hai. After walking past these animals, there were many animals behind. There were many protected species of frogs in the toad family, as well as poison dart frogs, bats, spiders, giant salamanders, and so on. These were all protected species in the Washington Convention. Before Jiang Hai came, he really didn't know that there were so many species that were protected. In the past, when he watched TV at home, he didn't know what these animals were. Unknowingly, they also walked past the area of insects and amphibians in front of them, and then entered a world of water. He didn't know if it was because of the Dragon Ball in Jiang Hai's body, but Jiang Hai naturally had a good impression of water. After seeing the marine world in front of him, Jiang Hai's body, which was still a little hot, also cooled down a lot. The protected species in fish were not less than that of terrestrial animals. Jiang Hai knew more about these fish than terrestrial animals. For example, the rippled lip fish in front of him at this time was a protected species in the Washington Convention. He had introduced it before, but when he continued to walk, he couldn't help but be surprised. Were these fish also a protected species? You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.